They no doubt have reference to religion?" "Yes, sir. There are a few religious volumes which deal with the primary and principal rights of the life common to all. We possess several parts of the words of Buddha consecrated to the great and indivisible Divine Being, and to all that issue from his hands." "Is there not among those books some account of the prophet Issa?" "No, sir," answered the monk. "We only possess a few principal treatises relating to the observance of the religious rites. As for the biographies of our saints, they are collected in Lhasa. There are even great cloisters which have not had the time to procure them. Before coming to this gonpa, I was for several years in a great convent on the other side of Ladakh, and have seen there thousands of books and scrolls copied out of various books by the lamas of the monastery." By some further interrogation I learned that the convent in question was near Leh, but my persistent inquiries had the effect of exciting the suspicions of the lamas. They showed me the way out with evident pleasure, and regaining my room I fell asleep, after a light lunch, leaving orders with my Hindu to inform himself in a skilful way from some of the younger lamas of the convent about the monastery in which their chief had lived before coming to Lamayure. In the morning, when we set forth on our journey, the Hindu told me that he could get nothing from the lamas, who were very reticent. I will not stop to describe the life of the monks in these convents, for it is the same in all the cloisters of Ladakh. I have seen the celebrated monastery of Leh, of which I shall have to speak later on, and learned there the strange existences the monks and religious people lead, which is everywhere the same. In Lamayure commences a declivity which, through a steep, narrow, and sombre gorge, extends towards India. Without having the least idea of the dangers which the descent presented, I sent my carriers in advance and started on a route, rather pleasant at the outset, which passes between the brown clay hills, but soon it produced upon me the most depressing effect, as though I was traversing a gloomy subterranean passage. Then the road came out on the flank of a mountain, above a terrible abyss. If a rider had met me, we could not possibly have passed each other, the way was so narrow. All description would fail to convey a sense of the grandeur and wild beauty of this canon, the summit of the walls of which seemed to reach the sky. At some points it became so narrow that from my saddle I could, with my cane, touch the opposite rock. At other places, death might be fancied looking up expectantly from the abyss at the traveller. It was too late to dismount. In entering alone this gorge, I had not the faintest idea that I would have occasion to regret my foolish imprudence. I had not realized its character. It was simply an enormous crevasse, rent by some titanic throe of nature, some tremendous earthquake, which had split the granite mountain. In its bottom I could just distinguish a hardly perceptible white thread, an impetuous torrent, the dull roar of which filled the defile with mysterious and impressive sounds. Far overhead extended, narrow and sinuously, a blue ribbon, the only glimpse of the celestial world that the frowning granite walls permitted to be seen. It was a thrilling pleasure, this majestic view of nature. At the same time, its rugged severity, the vastness of its proportions, the deathly silence only invaded by the ominous murmur from the depths beneath, altogether filled me with an unconquerable depression. I had about 8 miles in which to experience these sensations, at once sweet and painful. Then, turning to the right, our little caravan reached a small valley, almost surrounded by precipitous granite rocks, which mirrored themselves in the Indus. On the bank of the river stands the little fortress Khalsi, a celebrated fortification dating from the epoch of the Mussulman invasion, by which runs the wild road from Kashmir to Tibet. We crossed the Indus on an almost suspended bridge, which led directly to the door of the fortress, thus impossible of evasion. Rapidly we traversed the valley, then the village of Khalsi, for I was anxious to spend the night in the hamlet of Snowley, which is placed upon terraces descending to the Indus. The 2 following days I travelled tranquilly and without any difficulties to overcome, along the shore of the Indus, in a picturesque country, which brought me to Leh, the capital of Ladakh. While traversing the little valley of Saspula, at a distance of several kilometres from the village of the same name, I found Torthenes and two cloisters, above one of which floated the French flag. Later on I learned that a French engineer had presented the flag to the monks, who displayed it simply as a decoration of their building. I passed the night at Saspula, and certainly did not forget to visit the cloisters, seeing there for the 10th time the omnipresent dust-covered images of Buddha, the flags and banners heaped in a corner, ugly masks on the floor, books and papyrus rolls heaped together without order or care, and the inevitable abundance of prayer wheels. The lamas demonstrated a particular pleasure in exhibiting these things, doing it with the air of shopmen displaying their goods, with very little care for the degree of interest the traveller may take in them. "We must show everything, in the hope that the sight alone of these sacred objects will force the traveller to believe in the divine grandeur of the human soul." Respecting the prophet Issa, they gave me the same account I already had, and I learned, what I had known before, that the books which could instruct me about him were at Lhasa, and that only the great monasteries possessed some copies. I did not think any more of passing Karakorum, but only of finding the history of the prophet Issa, which would perhaps bring to light the entire life of the best of men, and complete the rather vague information which the Gospels afford us about him. Not far from Leh, and at the entrance of the valley of the same name, our road passed near an isolated rock, on the top of which were constructed a fort with 2 towers and without garrison, and a little convent named Pitak. A mountain 10,500 feet high protects the entrance to Tibet. There the road makes a sudden turn toward the north in the direction of Leh, 6 miles from Pitak and 1,000 feet higher. Immense granite mountains tower above Leh to a height of 18,000 or 19,000 feet, their crests covered with eternal snow. The city itself, surrounded by a girdle of stunted aspen trees, rises upon successive terraces, which are dominated by an old fort and the palaces of the ancient sovereigns of Ladakh. Toward evening I made my entrance into Leh, and stopped at a bungalow constructed especially for Europeans, whom the road from India brings here in the hunting season. End of Chapter 2, Part 2. Recording by John Trevithick.
Section 3 of The Unknown Life of Jesus Christ. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Daniel Vermont. The Unknown Life of Jesus Christ by Nicolas Notovitch. Translated by J.H. Connolly and L. Landsberg. Chapter 2. Ladakh. Ladakh formerly was part of Great Tibet. The powerful invading forces from the north, which traversed the country to conquer Kashmir, and the wars of which Ladakh was the theater, not only reduced it to misery, but eventually subtracted it from the political domination of Lhasa, and made it the prey of one conqueror after another. The Mussulmen, who seized Kashmir and Ladakh at a remote epoch, converted by force the poor inhabitants of Old Tibet to the faith of Islam. The political existence of Ladakh ended with the annexation of this country to Kashmir by the Sikhs, which, however, permitted the Ladakians to return to their ancient beliefs. 2/3 of the inhabitants took advantage of this opportunity to rebuild their gonpas and take up their past life anew. Only the Baltistans remained Mussulman Shutas, a sect to which the conquerors of the country had belonged. They, however, have only conserved a vague shadow of Islamism, the character of which manifests itself in their ceremonials and in the polygamy which they practice. Some lamas affirmed to me that they did not despair of one day bringing them back to the faith of their ancestors. From the religious point of view, Ladakh is a dependency of Lhasa, the capital of Tibet and the place of residence of the Dalai Lama. In Lhasa are located the principal Kutuktes, or supreme lamas, and the Chogzots, or administrators. Politically, it is under the authority of the Maharaja of Kashmir, who is represented there by a governor. The inhabitants of Ladakh belong to the Chinese Turanian race and are divided into Ladakians and Champas. The former lead a sedentary existence, building villages of two-story houses along the narrow valleys, are cleanly in their habits, and cultivators of the soil. They are excessively ugly, thin, with stooping figures and small heads set deep between their shoulders, their cheekbones salient, foreheads narrow, eyes black and brilliant, as are those of all the Mongol race, noses flat, mouths large and thin-lipped, and from their small chins, very thinly garnished by a few hairs, deep wrinkles extend upward, furrowing their hollow cheeks. To all this add a close-shaven head with only a little bristling fringe of hair, and you will have the general type, not only of Ladakh, but of entire Tibet. The women are also of small stature, and have exceedingly prominent cheekbones, but seem to be of much more robust constitution. A healthy red tinges their cheeks, and sympathetic smiles linger upon their lips. They have good dispositions, joyous inclinations, and are fond of laughing. The severity of the climate and rudeness of the country do not permit to the Ladakians much latitude in quality and colors of costume. They wear gowns of simple gray linen, and coarse dull-hued clothing of their own manufacture. The pantaloons of the men only descend to their knees. People in good circumstances wear, in addition to the ordinary dress, the choga, a sort of overcoat which is draped on the back when not wrapped around the figure. In winter they wear fur caps with big ear flaps, and in summer cover their heads with a sort of cloth hood, the top of which dangles on one side like a Phrygian cap. Their shoes are made of felt and covered with leather. A whole arsenal of little things hangs down from their belts, among which you will find a needle case, a knife, a pen and inkstand, a tobacco pouch, a pipe, and a diminutive specimen of the omnipresent prayer cylinder. The Tibetan men are generally so lazy that if a braid of hair happens to become loose, it is not trussed up again for 3 months. And when once a shirt is put on the body, it is not again taken off until it falls to pieces. Their overcoats are always unclean, and on the back one may contemplate a long oily stripe imprinted by the braid of hair, which is carefully greased every day. They wash themselves once a year, but even then do not do so voluntarily, but because compelled by law. They emit such a terrible stench that one avoids, as much as possible, being near them. The Tibetan women, on the contrary, are very fond of cleanliness and order. They wash themselves daily and as often as may be needful. Short and clean chemises hide their dazzling white necks. The Tibetan woman throws on her round shoulders a red jacket, the flaps of which are covered by tight pantaloons of green or red cloth, made in such a manner as to puff up and so protect the legs against the cold. She wears embroidered red half-boots, trimmed and lined with fur. A large cloth petticoat with numerous folds completes her home toilet. Her hair is arranged in thin braids, to which, by means of pins, a large piece of floating cloth is attached, which reminds one of the headdress so common in Italy. Underneath this sort of veil are suspended a variety of various colored pebbles, coins, and pieces of metal. The ears are covered by flaps made of cloth or fur. A furred sheepskin covers the back, poor women contenting themselves with a simple plain skin of the animal, while wealthy ladies wear veritable cloaks, lined with red cloth and adorned with gold fringes. The Ladakh woman, whether walking in the streets or visiting her neighbors, always carries upon her back a conical basket, the smaller end of which is toward the ground. They fill it with the dung of horses or cows, which constitute the combustible of the country. Every woman has money of her own, and spends it for jewelry. Generally, she purchases, at a small expense, large pieces of turquoise, which are added to the bizarre ornaments of her headdress. I have seen pieces so worn which weighed nearly 5 pounds. The Ladakh woman occupies a social position for which she is envied by all women of the Orient. She is free and respected. With the exception of some rural work, she passes the greatest part of her time in visiting. It must, however, be added that women's gossip is here a perfectly unknown thing. The settled population of Ladakh is engaged in agriculture, but they own so little land, the share of each may amount to about 8 acres, that the revenue drawn from it is insufficient to provide them with the barest necessities, and does not permit them to pay taxes. Manual occupations are generally despised. Artisans and musicians form the lowest class of society. The name by which they are designated is Bem, and people are very careful not to contract any alliance with them. The hours of leisure left by rural work are spent in hunting the wild sheep of Tibet, the skins of which are highly valued in India. The poorest, i.e., those who have not the means to purchase arms for hunting, hire themselves as coolies. This is also an occupation of women, who are very capable of enduring arduous toil. They are healthier than their husbands, whose laziness goes so far that, careless of cold or heat, they are capable of spending a whole night in the open air on a bed of stones, rather than take the trouble to go to bed. Polyandry, which I shall treat later more fully, causes the formation of very large families, who, in common, cultivate their jointly possessed lands, with the assistance of yaks, zos, and zomos, oxen and cows. A member of a family cannot detach himself from it, and when he dies, his share reverts to the survivors in common. They sow but little wheat, and the grain is very small, owing to the severity of the climate. They also harvest barley, which they pulverize before selling. When work in the field is ended, all male inhabitants go to gather on the mountain a wild herb called enoriota, and large thorn bushes, or dama, which are used as fuel, since combustibles are scarce in Ladakh. You see there neither trees nor gardens, and only exceptionally thin clumps of willows and poplars grow on the shores of the rivers. Near the villages are also found some aspen trees, but on account of the unfertility of the ground, arboriculture is unknown, and gardening is little successful. The absence of wood is especially noticeable in the buildings, which are made of sun-dried bricks, or, more frequently, of stones of medium size, which are agglomerated with a kind of mortar composed of clay and chopped straw. The houses of the settled inhabitants are 2 stories high, their fronts whitewashed, and their window sashes painted with lively colors. The flat roof forms a terrace which is decorated with wild flowers, and here, during good weather, the inhabitants spend much of their time contemplating nature or turning their prayer wheels. Every dwelling house is composed of many rooms, among them always one of superior size, the walls of which are decorated with superb fur skins, and which is reserved for visitors. In the other rooms are beds and other furniture. Rich people possess, moreover, a special room filled with all kinds of idols, and set apart as a place of worship. Life here is very regular. They eat anything attainable, without much choice, the principal nourishment of the Ladakh people, however, being exceedingly simple. Their breakfast consists of a piece of rye bread. At dinner, they serve on the table a bowl with meal, into which lukewarm water is stirred with little rods, until the mixture assumes the consistency of thick paste. From this, small portions are scooped out and eaten with milk. In the evening, bread and tea are served. Meat is a superfluous luxury. Only the hunters introduce some variety in their alimentation by eating the meat of wild sheep, eagles, or pheasants, which are very common in this country. During the day, on every excuse and opportunity, they drink chang, a kind of pale, unfermented beer. If it happens that a Ladakian, mounted on a pony, such privileged people are very rare, goes to seek work in the surrounding country, he provides himself with a small stock of meal. When dinner time comes, he descends to a river or spring, mixes with water in a wooden cup that he always has with him some of the meal, swallows the simple refreshment, and washes it down with water. The Champas, or nomads, who constitute the other part of Ladak's population, are rougher and much poorer than the settled population. They are, for the most part, hunters who completely neglect agriculture. Although they profess the Buddhistic religion, they never frequent the cloisters unless in want of meal, which they obtain in exchange for their venison. They mostly camp in tents on the summits of the mountains, where the cold is very great. While the properly called Ladakians are peaceable, very desirous of learning, of an incarnated laziness, and are never known to tell untruth, the Champas, on the contrary, are very irascible, extremely lively, great liars, and profess a great disdain for the convents. Among them lives the small population of Kombas, wanderers from the vicinity of Lhasa, who lead the miserable existence of a troop of begging gypsies on the highways. Incapable of any work whatever, speaking a language not spoken in the country where they beg for their subsistence, they are the objects of general contempt, and are only tolerated out of pity for their deplorable condition, when hunger drives their mendicant bands to seek alms in the villages. Polyandry, which is universally prevalent here, of course interested my curiosity. This institution is, by the way, not the outcome of Buddha's doctrines. Polyandry existed long before the advent of Buddha. It assumed considerable proportions in India, where it constituted one of the most effective means for checking the growth of a population which tends to constant increase, an economic danger which is even yet combated by the abominable custom of killing newborn female children, which causes terrible ravages in the child life of India. The efforts made by the English in their enactments against the suppression of the future mothers have proved futile and fruitless. Manu himself established polyandry as a law, and Buddhist preachers, who had renounced Brahmanism and preached the use of opium, imported this custom into Ceylon, Tibet, Korea, and the country of the Moguls. For a long time suppressed in China, polyandry, which flourishes in Tibet and Ceylon, is also met with among the Kalmonks, between Todas in southern India, and Nairs on the coast of Malabar. Traces of this strange constitution of the family are also to be found with the Tasmanians and the Iroquois Indians in North America. Polyandry, by the way, has even flourished in Europe, if we may believe Caesar, who, in his De Bello Gallico, Book 5, page 17, writes, Uxoris habent deni duodenique inter se communes, et maxime fratres cum fratribus, et parentes cum liberis. In view of all this, it is impossible to hold any religion responsible for the existence of the institution of polyandry. In Tibet, it can be explained by motives of an economical nature, the small quantity of arable land falling to the share of each inhabitant. In order to support the 1,500,000 inhabitants distributed in Tibet, upon a surface of 1,200,000 square kilometers, the Buddhists were forced to adopt polyandry. Moreover, each family is bound to enter one of its members in a religious order. The firstborn is consecrated to a gonpa, which is inevitably found upon an elevation at the entrance of every village. As soon as the child attains the age of 18 years, he is entrusted to the caravans which pass Lhasa, where he remains from 8 to 15 years as a novice in one of the gonpas which are near the city. There he learns to read and write, is taught the religious rites, and studies the sacred parchments written in the Pali language, which formerly used to be the language of the country of Maguada, where, according to tradition, Buddha was born. The oldest brother remaining in a family chooses a wife, who becomes common to his brothers. The choice of the bride and the nuptial ceremonies are most rudimentary. When a wife and her husband have decided upon the marriage of a son, the brother who possesses the right of choice pays a visit to a neighboring family in which there is a marriageable daughter. The first and second visits are spent in more or less indifferent conversations, blended with frequent libations of Chang, and on the third visit only does the young man declare his intention to take a wife. Upon this, the girl is formally introduced to him. She is generally not unknown to the wooer, as, in Ladakh, women never veil their faces. A girl cannot be married without her consent. When the young man is accepted, he takes his bride to his house, and she becomes his wife and also the wife of all his brothers. A family which has an only son sends him to a woman who has no more than 2 or 3 husbands, and he offers himself to her as a 4th husband. Such an offer is seldom declined, and the young man settles in the new family. The newly married remain with the parents of the husbands until the young wife bears her first child. The day after that event, the grandparents of the infant make over the bulk of their fortune to the new family, and, abandoning the old home to them, seek other shelter. Sometimes marriages are contracted between youth who have not reached a marriageable age, but in such event the married couple are made to live apart until they have attained and even passed the age required. An unmarried girl who becomes enceinte, far from being exposed to the scorn of everyone, is shown the highest respect, for she is demonstrated fruitful, and men eagerly seek her in marriage. A wife has the unquestioned right of having an unlimited number of husbands and lovers. If she likes a young man, she takes him home, announces that he has been chosen by her as a jingtu, a lover, and endows him with all the personal rights of a husband, which situation is accepted by her temporarily supplanted husbands with a certain philosophic pleasure, which is the more pronounced if their wife has proved sterile during the 3 first years of her marriage. They certainly have here not even a vague idea of jealousy. The Tibetan's blood is too cold to know love, which, for him, would be almost an anachronism, if indeed he were not conscious that the sentiment of the entire community would be against him as a flagrant violator of popular usage and established rights in restraining the freedom of the women. The selfish enjoyment of love would be, in their eyes, an unjustifiable luxury. In case of a husband's absence, his place may be offered to a bachelor or a widower. The latter are here in the minority, since the wife generally survives her feeble husbands. Sometimes a Buddhist traveler, whom his affairs bring to the village, is chosen for this office. A husband who travels, or seeks for work in the neighboring country, at every stop takes advantage of his co-religionists' hospitality, who offer him their own wives. The husbands of a sterile woman exert themselves to find opportunities for hospitality, which may happily eventuate in a change in her condition, that they may be made happy fathers. The wife enjoys the general esteem, is ever of a cheerful disposition, takes part in everything that is going on, goes and comes without any restriction, anywhere and everywhere she pleases, with the exception of the principal prayer room of the monastery, entrance into which is formally prohibited to her. Children know only their mother, and do not feel the least affection for their fathers, for the simple reason that they have so many. Without approving polyandry, I could not well blame Tibet for this institution, since without it the population would prodigiously increase. Famine and misery would fall upon the whole nation, with all the sinister sequelae of murder and theft, crimes so far absolutely unknown in the whole country. End of Chapter 2. Ladakh. Recording by Daniel Vermont. Osaka, Japan. Section 4 of The Unknown Life of Jesus Christ. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Daniel Vermont. The Unknown Life of Jesus Christ by Nicolas Notovitch. Translated by J.H. Connolly and L. Landsberg. Chapter 3. A Festival in a Gonpa. Leh, the capital of Ladakh, is a little town of 5,000 inhabitants who live in white, two-story houses upon 2 or 3 streets principally. In its center is the square of the bazaar, where the merchants of India, China, Turkestan, Kashmir, and Tibet come to exchange their products for the Tibetan gold. Here the natives provide themselves with clothes for themselves and their monks, and various objects of real necessity. An old uninhabited palace rises upon a hill which dominates the town. Fronting the central square is a vast building, 2 stories in height, the residence of the governor of Ladakh, the Vizier Surajbal, a very amiable and universally popular Pendjaban who has received in London the degree of Doctor of Philosophy. To entertain me during my sojourn in Leh, the governor arranged, on the bazaar square, a game of polo, the national sport of the Tibetans, which the English have adopted and introduced into Europe. In the evening, after the game, the people executed dances and played games before the governor's residence. Large bonfires illuminated the scene, lighting up the throng of inhabitants, who formed a great circle about the performers. The latter, in considerable numbers, disguised as animals, devils, and sorcerers, jumped and contorted themselves in rhythmic dances, timed to the measure of the monotonous and unpleasing music made by 2 long trumpets and a drum. The infernal racket and shouting of the crowd wearied me. The performance ended with some graceful dances by Tibetan women, who spun upon their heels, swaying to and fro, and in passing before the spectators in the windows of the residence, greeted us by the clashing together of the copper and ivory bracelets on their crossed wrists. The next day, at an early hour, I repaired to the great Himis convent, which, a little distance from Leh, is elevated upon the top of a great rock, on a picturesque site, commanding the valley of the Indus. It is one of the principal monasteries of the country, and is maintained by the gifts of the people and the subsidies it receives from Lhasa. On the road leading to it, beyond the bridge crossing the Indus, and in the vicinity of the villages lining the way, one finds heaps of stones bearing engraved inscriptions, such as have already been described, and tortains. At these places our guides were very careful to turn to the right. I wished to turn my horse to the left, but the Ladakians made him go back and led him by his halter to the right, explaining to me that such was their established usage. I found it impossible to learn the origin or reason of this custom. Above the gonpa rises a battlemented tower, visible from a great distance. We climbed on foot to the level on which the edifice stands and found ourselves confronted by a large door, painted in brilliant colors, the portal of a vast 2-story building enclosing a court paved with little pebbles. To the right, in one of the angles of the court, is another huge painted door, adorned with big copper rings. It is the entrance to the principal temple, which is decorated with paintings of the principal gods, and contains a great statue of Buddha and a multitude of sacred statuettes. To the left, upon a veranda, was placed an immense prayer cylinder. All the lamas of the convent, with their chief, stood about it when we entered the court. Below the veranda were musicians, holding long trumpets and drums. At the right of the court were a number of doors, leading to the rooms of the lamas, all decorated with sacred paintings and provided with little prayer barrels, fancifully surmounted by black and white tridents, from the points of which floated ribbons bearing inscriptions, doubtless prayers. In the center of the court were raised 2 tall masts, from the tops of which dangled tails of yaks, and long paper streamers floated, covered with religious inscriptions. All along the walls were numerous prayer barrels, adorned with ribbons. A profound silence reigned among the many spectators present. All awaited anxiously the commencement of a religious mystery which was about to be presented. We took up a position near the veranda. Almost immediately the musicians drew from their long trumpets soft and monotonous tones, marking the time by measured beats upon an odd-looking drum, broad and shallow, upreared upon a stick planted in the ground. At the first sounds of the strange music, in which joined the voices of the lamas in a melancholy chant, the doors along the wall opened simultaneously, giving entrance to about 20 masked persons, disguised as animals, birds, devils, and imaginary monsters. On their breasts they bore representations of fantastic dragons, demons, and skulls, embroidered with Chinese silk of various colors. From the conical hats they wore depended to their breasts long multicolored ribbons covered with inscriptions. Their masks were white death's heads. Slowly they marched about the masts, stretching out their arms from time to time and flourishing with their left hands spoon-shaped objects, the bowl portions of which were said to be fragments of human crania, with ribbons attached, having affixed to their ends human hair which, I was assured, had been taken from scalped enemies. Their promenade, in gradually narrowing circles about the masts, soon became merely a confused jostling of each other. When the rolling of the drum grew more accentuated, the performers for an instant stopped, then started again, swinging above their heads yellow sticks, ribbon-decked, which with their right hands they brandished in menacing attitudes. After making a salute to the chief lama, they approached the door leading to the temple, which at this instant opened, and from it another band came forth, whose heads were covered by copper masks. Their dresses were of rich materials, embroidered in various bright colors. In one hand each of them carried a small tambourine, and with the other he agitated a little bell. From the rim of each tambourine depended a metallic ball, so placed that the least movement of the hand brought it in contact with the resonant tympanum, which caused a strange, continuous undercurrent of pulsating sound. Their new performers circled several times about the court, marking the time of their dancing steps by measured thumpings of the tambourines. At the completion of each turn, they made a deafening noise with their instruments. Finally, they ran to the temple door and ranged themselves upon the steps before it. For a moment, there was silence. Then we saw emerge from the temple a third band of performers. Their enormous masks represented different deities, and each bore upon its forehead the third eye. At their head marched Tlogan Pudma Jungnas, literally, he who was born in the lotus flower. Another richly dressed mask marched beside him, carrying a yellow parasol covered with symbolic designs. His suite was composed of gods in magnificent costumes, Dorja Trolong and Songspa Kurpo, i.e. Brahma himself, and others. These masks, as a lama sitting near me explained to us, represented 6 classes of beings subject to the metamorphoses: the gods, the demigods, men, animals, spirits, and demons. On each side of these personages, who advanced gravely, marched other masks, costumed in silks of brilliant hues, and wearing on their heads golden crowns, fashioned with 6 lotus-like flowers on each, surmounted by a tall dart in the center. Each of these masks carried a drum. These disguises made 3 turns about the masts, to the sound of a noisy and incoherent music, and then seated themselves on the ground around Tlogan Pudma Jungnas, a god with 3 eyes, who gravely introduced 2 fingers into his mouth and emitted a shrill whistle. At this signal, young men dressed in warrior costumes, with ribbon-decked bells dangling about their legs, came with measured steps from the temple. Their heads were covered by enormous green masks, from which floated triangular red flags, and they too carried tambourines. Making a diabolical din, they whirled and danced about the gods seated on the ground. Two big fellows accompanying them, who were dressed in tight clown costumes, executed all kinds of grotesque contortions and acrobatic feats, by which they won plaudits and shouts of laughter from the spectators. Another group of disguises, of which the principal features were red mitres and yellow pantaloons, came out of the temple, with bells and tambourines in their hands, and seated themselves opposite the gods, as representatives of the highest powers next to divinity. Lastly, there entered upon the scene a lot of red and brown masks, with a third eye painted on their breasts. With those who had preceded them, they formed two long lines of dancers, who, to the thrumming of their many tambourines, the measured music of the trumpets and drums, and the jingling of a myriad of bells, performed a dance, approaching and receding from each other, whirling in circles, forming by twos in a column, and breaking from that formation to make new combinations, pausing occasionally to make reverent obeisance before the gods. After a time, this spectacular excitement, the noisy monotony of which began to weary me, calmed down a little. Gods, demigods, kings, men, and spirits got up, and, followed by all the other maskers, directed themselves toward the temple door, whence issued at once, meeting them, a lot of men admirably disguised as skeletons. All these sorties were calculated and prearranged, and every one of them had its particular significance. The cortege of dancers gave way to the skeletons, who advanced with measured steps, in silence, to the masts, where they stopped and made a concerted clicking with pieces of wood hanging at their sides, simulating perfectly the rattling of dry bones and gnashing of teeth. Twice they went in a circle around the masts, marching in time to low taps on the drums, and then joined in a lugubrious religious chant. Having once more made the concerted rattling of their artificial bones and jaws, they executed some contortions painful to witness, and together stopped. Then they seized upon an image of the enemy of man, made of some sort of brittle paste, which had been placed at the foot of one of the masts. This they broke in pieces and scattered, and the oldest men among the spectators, rising from their places, picked up the fragments which they handed to the skeletons, an action supposed to signify that they would soon be ready to join the bony crew in the cemetery. The chief lama, approaching me, tendered an invitation to accompany him to the principal terrace and partake of the festal chang, which I accepted with pleasure, for my head was dizzy from the long spectacle. We crossed the court and climbed a staircase, obstructed with prayer wheels as usual, passed two rooms where there were many images of gods, and came out upon the terrace, where I seated myself upon a bench opposite the venerable lama, whose eyes sparkled with spirit. 3 lamas brought pitchers of chang, which they poured into small copper cups, that were offered first to the chief lama, then to me and my servants. "Did you enjoy our little festival?" the lama asked me. I found it very enjoyable, and am still impressed by the spectacle I have witnessed. But to tell the truth, I never suspected for a moment that Buddhism, in these religious ceremonies, could display such a visible, not to say noisy, exterior form. "There is no religion, the ceremonies of which are not surrounded with more theatrical forms," the lama answered. "This is a ritualistic phase, which does not by any means violate the fundamental principles of Buddhism. It is a practical means for maintaining in the ignorant mass obedience to and love for the one Creator, just as a child is beguiled by toys to do the will of its parents. The ignorant mass is the child of the Father." "But what is the meaning," I said to him, "of all those masks, costumes, bells, dances, and generally of this entire performance, which seems to be executed after a prescribed program?" "We have many similar festivals in the year," answered the lama, "and we arrange particular ones to represent mysteries susceptible of pantomimic presentation, in which each actor is allowed considerable latitude of action in the movements and gests he likes, conforming, nevertheless, to the circumstances and to the leading idea. Our mysteries are simply pantomimes calculated to show the veneration offered to the gods, which veneration sustains and cheers the soul of man, who is prone to anxious contemplation of inevitable death and the life to come. The actors receive the dresses from the cloister, and they play according to general indications, which leave them much liberty of individual action. The general effect produced is, no doubt, very beautiful, but it is a matter for the spectators themselves to divine the signification of one or another action. You, too, have recourse sometimes to similar devices, which, however, do not in the least violate the principle of monotheism. Pardon me, I remarked, but this multitude of idols with which your gonpas abound is a flagrant violation of that principle. As I have told you, replied the Lama to my interruption, man will always be in childhood. He sees and feels the grandeur of nature and understands everything presented to his senses, but he neither sees nor divines the great soul which created and animates all things. Man has always sought for tangible things. It was not possible for him to believe long in that which escaped his material senses. He has racked his brain for any means for contemplating the Creator, has endeavored to enter into direct relations with him who has done him so much good, and also, as he erroneously believes, so much evil. For this reason, he began to adore every phase of nature from which he received benefits. We see a striking example of this in the ancient Egyptians, who adored animals, trees, stones, the winds, and the rain. Other peoples, who were more sunk in ignorance, seeing that the results of the wind were not always beneficent, and that the rain did not inevitably bring good harvests, and that the animals were not willingly subservient to man, began to seek for direct intermediaries between themselves and the great, mysterious, and unfathomable power of the Creator. Therefore, they made for themselves idols, which they regarded as indifferent to things concerning them, but to whose interposition on their behalf they might always recur. From remotest antiquity to our own days, man was ever inclined only to tangible realities. While seeking a route to lead their feet to the Creator, the Assyrians turned their eyes toward the stars, which they contemplated without the power of attaining them. The Gebers have conserved the same belief to our days. In their nullity and spiritual blindness, men are incapable of conceiving the invisible spiritual bond which unites them to the great divinity, and this explains why they have always sought for palpable things, which were in the domain of the senses, and by doing which they minimized the divine principle. Nevertheless, they have dared to attribute to their visible and man-made images a divine and eternal existence. We can see the same fact in Brahmanism, where man, given to his inclination for exterior forms, has created little by little, and not all at once, an army of gods and demigods. The Israelites may be said to have demonstrated in the most flagrant way the love of man for everything which is concrete. In spite of a series of striking miracles accomplished by the great Creator, who is the same for all the peoples, the Jewish people could not help making a god of metal in the very minute when their prophet Moses spoke to them of the Creator. Buddhism has passed through the same modifications. Our great reformer, Sakyamuni, inspired by the Supreme Judge, understood truly the one and indivisible Brahma, and forbade his disciples attempting to manufacture images in imaginary semblance of him. He had openly broken from the polytheistic Brahmins, and appreciated the purity, oneness, and immortality of Brahma. The success he achieved by his teachings in making disciples among the people brought upon him persecution by the Brahmins, who, in the creation of new gods, had found a source of personal revenue, and who, contrary to the law of God, treated the people in a despotic manner. Our first sacred teachers, to whom we give the name of Buddhas, which means learned men or saints, because the great Creator has incarnated in them, settled in different countries of the globe. as their teachings attacked especially the tyranny of the Brahmins and the misuse they made of the idea of God, of which they indeed made a veritable business, almost all the Buddhistic converts, they who followed the doctrines of those great teachers, were among the common people of China and India. Among those teachers, particular reverence is felt for the Buddha Sakyamuni, known in China also under the name of Fo, who lived 3,000 years ago, and whose teachings brought all China back into the path of the true God, and the Buddha Gautama, who lived 2,500 years ago, and converted almost half the Hindus to the knowledge of the impersonal, indivisible, and only God, besides whom there is none. Buddhism is divided into many sects, which, by the way, differ only in certain religious ceremonies, the basis of the doctrine being everywhere the same. The Tibetan Buddhists, who are called Lamaists, separated themselves from the Foists 1,500 years ago. Until that time, we had formed part of the worshippers of the Buddha Fo Sakyamuni, who was the first to collect all the laws compiled by the various Buddhas preceding him, when the great schism took place in the bosom of Brahmanism. Later on, a Kutukta Mongol translated into Chinese the books of the great Buddha, for which the Emperor of China rewarded him by bestowing upon him the title of Go-Chi, preceptor of the king. After his death, this title was given to the Dalai Lama of Tibet. Since that epoch, all the titularies of this position have borne the title of Go-Chi. Our religion is called the Lamaic one, from the word lama, superior. It admits of two classes of monks, the red and the yellow. The former may marry, and they recognize the authority of the Bansin, who resides in Techo Lumba and is chief of the civil administration in Tibet. We, the yellow lamas, have taken the vow of celibacy, and our direct chief is the Dalai Lama. This is the difference which separates the two religious orders, the respective rituals of which are identical. Do all perform mysteries similar to that which I have just witnessed? Yes, with a few exceptions. Formerly, these festivals were celebrated with very solemn pomp, but since the conquest of Ladakh, our convents have been more than once pillaged and our wealth taken away. Now we content ourselves with simple garments and bronze utensils, while in Tibet you see but golden robes and gold utensils. In a visit which I recently made to a gonpa, one of the lamas told me of a prophet, or as you call him, a Buddha, by the name of Isa. Could you not tell me anything about him? I asked my interlocutor, seizing this favorable moment to start the subject which interested me so greatly. The name Isa is very much respected among the Buddhists, he replied, but he is only known by the chief lamas who have read the scrolls relating to his life. There have existed an infinite number of Buddhas like Isa, and the 84,000 scrolls existing are filled brimful of details concerning each one of them. But very few persons have read the 100th part of those memoirs. In conformity with established custom, every disciple or lama who visits Lhasa makes a gift of one or several copies from the scrolls there to the convent to which he belongs. Our gonpa, among others, possesses already a great number, which I read in my leisure hours. Among them are the memoirs of the life and acts of the Buddha Isa, who preached the same doctrine in India and among the sons of Israel, and who was put to death by the pagans, whose descendants later on adopted the beliefs he spread. And those beliefs are yours. The great Buddha, the soul of the universe, is the incarnation of Brahma. He almost always remains immobile, containing in himself all things, being in himself the origin of all, and his breath vivifying the world. He has left man to the control of his own forces, but at certain epochs lays aside his inaction and puts on a human form, that he may, as their teacher and guide, rescue his creatures from impending destruction. In the course of his terrestrial existence, in the similitude of man, Buddha creates a new world in the hearts of erring men. Then he leaves the earth to become once more an invisible being and resume his condition of perfect bliss. 3,000 years ago, Buddha incarnated in the celebrated prince Sakyamuni, reaffirming and propagating the doctrines taught by him in his 20 preceding incarnations. 2,500 years ago, the great soul of the world incarnated anew in Gautama, laying the foundation of a new world in Burma, Siam, and different islands. Soon afterward, Buddhism began to penetrate China through the persevering efforts of the sages, who devoted themselves to the propagation of the sacred doctrine, and under Ming Ti of the Honi dynasty nearly 2,050 years ago, the teachings of Sakyamuni were adopted by the people of that country. Simultaneously with the appearance of Buddhism in China, the same doctrines began to spread among the Israelites. It is about 2,000 years ago that the perfect being, awaking once more for a short time from his inaction, incarnated in the newborn child of a poor family. It was his will that this little child should enlighten the unhappy upon the life of the world to come, and bring erring men back into the path of truth, showing to them by his own example the way they could best return to the primitive morality and purity of our race. When this sacred child attained a certain age, he was brought to India, where, until he attained to manhood, he studied the laws of the great Buddha, who dwells eternally in heaven. In what language are written the principal scrolls bearing upon the life of Isa? I asked, rising from my seat, for I saw that my interesting interlocutor evidenced fatigue, and had just given a twirl to his prayer wheel, as if to hint the closing of the conversation. The original scrolls brought from India to Nepal, and from Nepal to Tibet, relating to the life of Isa, are written in the Pali language, and are actually in Lhasa. But a copy in our language, I mean the Tibetan, is in this convent. How is Isa looked upon in Tibet? Has he the repute of a saint? The people are not even aware that he ever existed. Only the principal lamas, who know of him through having studied the scrolls in which his life is related, are familiar with his name. But as his doctrine does not constitute a canonical part of Buddhism, and the worshippers of Isa do not recognize the authority of the Dalai Lama, the prophet Isa, with many others like him, is not recognized in Tibet as one of the principal saints. Would you commit a sin in reciting your copy of the life of Isa to a stranger? I asked him. That which belongs to God, he answered me, belongs also to man. Our duty requires us to cheerfully devote ourselves to the propagation of his doctrine. Only I do not, at present, know where that manuscript is. If you ever visit our gonpa again, I shall take pleasure in showing it to you." At this moment 2 monks entered, and uttered to the chief lama a few words unintelligible to me. "I am called to the sacrifices. Will you kindly excuse me?" said he to me, and with a salute turned to the door and disappeared. I could do no better than withdraw and lie down in the chamber which was assigned to me, and where I spent the night. In the evening of the next day I was again in Leh, thinking of how to get back to the convent. 2 days later I sent, by a messenger, to the chief lama as presents a watch, an alarm clock, and a thermometer. At the same time I sent the message that before leaving Ladakh I would probably return to the convent, in the hope that he would permit me to see the manuscript which had been the subject of our conversation. It was now my purpose to gain Kashmir and return from there, some time later, to Himis. But fate made a different decision for me. In passing a mountain, on a height of which is perched the gonpa of Piatak, my horse made a false step, throwing me to the ground so violently that my right leg was broken below the knee. It was impossible to continue my journey. I was not inclined to return to Leh, and seeking the hospitality of the Gonpa of Piatok was not, from the appearance of the cloister, an enticing prospect. My best recourse would be to return to Himis, then only about half a day's journey distant, and I ordered my servants to transport me there. They bandaged my broken leg, an operation which caused me great pain, and lifted me into the saddle. One carrier walked by my side, supporting the weight of the injured member, while another led my horse. At a late hour of the evening, we reached the door of the convent of Himis. When informed of my accident, the kind monks came out to receive me, and, with a wealth of extraordinary precautions of tenderness, I was carried inside, and in one of their best rooms installed upon an improvised bed, consisting of a mountain of soft fabrics, with the naturally to be expected prayer cylinder beside me. All this was done for me under the personal supervision of their chief lama, who, with affectionate sympathy, pressed the hand I gave him in expression of my thanks for his kindness. In the morning, I myself bound around the injured limb little oblong pieces of wood held by cords, to serve as splints. Then I remained perfectly quiescent, and nature was not slow in her reparative work. Within 2 days my condition was so far improved that I could, had it been necessary, have left the Gonpa and directed myself slowly toward India, in search of a surgeon to complete my cure. While a boy kept in motion the prayer barrel near my bed, the venerable lama who ruled the convent entertained me with many interesting stories. Frequently he took from their box the alarm clock and the watch, that I might illustrate to him the process of winding them and explain to him their uses. At length, yielding to my ardent insistence, he brought me 2 big books, the large leaves of which were of paper yellow with age, and from them read to me the biography of Isa, which I carefully transcribed in my traveling notebook, according to the translation made by the interpreter. This curious document is compiled under the form of isolated verses, which, as placed, very often had no apparent connection with, or relation to, each other. On the 3rd day, my condition was so far improved as to permit the prosecution of my journey. Having bound up my leg as well as possible, I returned across Kashmir to India. A slow journey of 20 days, filled with intolerable pain. Thanks, however, to a litter which a French gentleman, Monsieur Péchot, had kindly sent to me, my gratitude for which I take this occasion to express, and to an ukase of the Grand Vizier of the Maharajah of Kashmir, ordering the local authorities to provide me with carriers, I reached Srinagar, and left almost immediately, being anxious to gain India before the first snows fell. In Murree I encountered another Frenchman, Count André de Saint-Phal, who was making a journey of recreation across Hindostan. During the whole course, which we made together, to Bombay, the young count demonstrated a touching solicitude for me, and sympathy for the excruciating pain I suffered from my broken leg and the fever induced by its torture. I cherish for him sincere gratitude, and shall never forget the friendly care which I received upon my arrival in Bombay, from the Marquis de Moray, the Vicomte de Breteul, Monsieur Monod of the Comptoir des Comptes, Monsieur Moet, acting consul, and all the members of the very sympathetic French colony there. During a long time I revolved in my mind the purpose of publishing the Memoirs of the Life of Jesus Christ, found by me in Himis, of which I have spoken, but other interests absorbed my attention and delayed it. Only now, after having passed long nights of wakefulness in the coordination of my notes and grouping the verses conformably to the march of the recital, imparting to the work as a whole a character of unity, I resolve to let this curious chronicle see the light. End of Chapter 3. A Festival in a Gonpa. Recording by Daniel Vermont, Osaka, Japan.
Section 5 of The Unknown Life of Jesus Christ. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Prasto. The Unknown Life of Jesus Christ by Nicolas Notovitch, translated by J. H. Connolly and L. Landsberg. Chapter 5. The Life of Saint Isa. Part 1. Best of the Sons of Men. Subsection 1. 1. The earth trembled, and the heavens wept, because of the great crime committed in the land of Israel. 2. For there was tortured and murdered the great and just Isa, in whom was manifest the soul of the universe. 3. Which had incarnated in a simple mortal, to benefit men and destroy the evil spirit in them. 4. To lead back to peace, love and happiness, man degraded by his sins, and recall him to the one and indivisible Creator whose mercy is infinite. 5. The merchants coming from Israel have given the following account of what has occurred. Subsection 2. 1. The people of Israel, who inhabit a fertile country producing 2 harvests a year and affording pasture for large herds of cattle, by their sins brought down upon themselves the anger of the Lord. 2. Who inflicted upon them terrible chastisements, taking from them their land, their cattle and their wealth. They were carried away into slavery by the rich and mighty pharaohs who then ruled the land of Egypt. 3. The Israelites were by the pharaohs treated worse than beasts, condemned to hard labor and put in irons. Their bodies were covered with wounds and sores. They were not permitted to live under a roof and were starved to death, that they might be maintained in a state of continual terror and deprived of all human resemblance. 5. And in this great calamity, the Israelites, remembering their celestial protector, implored his forgiveness and mercy. 6. At that period reigned in Egypt an illustrious Pharaoh, who was renowned for his many victories, immense riches, and the gigantic palaces he had erected by the labor of his slaves. 7. This Pharaoh had 2 sons, the younger of whom, named Mossa, had acquired much knowledge from the sages of Israel. 8. And Mossa was beloved by all in Egypt for his kindness of heart and the pity he showed to all sufferers. 9. When Mossa saw that the Israelites, in spite of their many sufferings, had not forsaken their God, and refused to worship the gods of Egypt, created by the hands of man. 10. He also put faith in their invisible God, who did not suffer them to betray him, despite their ever-growing weakness. 11. And the teachers among Israel animated Mossa in his zeal, and prayed for him that he would intercede with his father Pharaoh in favor of their co-religionists. 12. And Prince Mossa went before his father, begging him to lighten the burden of the unhappy people. Pharaoh, however, became incensed with rage, and ordered that they should be tormented more than before. 13. And it came to pass that Egypt was visited by a great calamity. The plague decimated young and old, the healthy and the sick, and Pharaoh beheld in this the resentment of his own gods against him. 14. But Prince Mossa said to his father that it was the God of his slaves who thus interposed on behalf of his wretched people, and avenged them upon the Egyptians. 15. Thereupon Pharaoh commanded Mossa his son to gather all the Israelite slaves and lead them away, and found at a great distance from the capital another city where he should rule over them. 16. Then Mossa made known to the Hebrew slaves that he had obtained their freedom in the name of his and their God, the God of Israel, and with them he left the city and departed from the land of Egypt. 17. He led them back to the land which, because of their many sins, had been taken from them. There he gave them laws and admonished them to pray always to God, the indivisible Creator, whose kindness is infinite. 18. After Prince Mossa's death, the Israelites observed rigorously his laws, and God rewarded them for the ills to which they had been subjected in Egypt. 19. Their kingdom became one of the most powerful on earth. Their kings made themselves renowned for their treasures, and peace reigned in Israel. Subsection 3. 1. The glory of Israel's wealth spread over the whole earth, and the surrounding nations became envious. 2. But the Most High himself led the victorious arms of the Hebrews, and the pagan did not dare to attack them. 3. Unfortunately, man is prone to err, and the fidelity of the Israelites to their God was not of long duration. 4. Little by little they forgot the favors he had bestowed upon them, rarely invoked his name, and sought rather protection by the magicians and sorcerers. 5. The kings and the chiefs among the people substituted their own laws for those given by Mossa. The temple of God and the observances of their ancient faith were neglected. The people addicted themselves to sensual gratifications and lost their original purity. 6. Many centuries had elapsed since their exodus from Egypt, where God bethought himself of again inflicting chastisement upon them. 7. Strangers invaded Israel, devastated the land, destroyed the villages, and carried their inhabitants away into captivity. 8. At last came the pagans from over the sea, from the land of Romulus. They made themselves masters of the Hebrews, and placed over them their army chiefs, who governed in the name of Caesar. 9. They defiled the temples, forced the inhabitants to cease the worship of the indivisible God, and compelled them to sacrifice to the heathen gods. 10. They made common soldiers of those who had been men of rank. The women became their prey, and the common people, reduced to slavery, were carried away by thousands over the sea. 11. The children were slain, and soon in the whole land there was naught heard but weeping and lamentation. 12. In this extreme distress, the Israelites once more remembered their great God, implored his mercy, and prayed for his forgiveness. Our Father, in his inexhaustible clemency, heard their prayer. Subsection 4. 1. At that time the moment had come for the compassionate Judge to reincarnate in a human form. 2. And the Eternal Spirit, resting in a state of complete inaction and supreme bliss, awakened and separated from the Eternal Being for an undetermined period. 3. So that, in human form, he might teach man to identify himself with the divinity and attain to eternal felicity. 4. And to show by his example how man can attain moral purity and free his soul from the domination of the physical senses, so that it may achieve the perfection necessary for it to enter the kingdom of heaven, which is immutable, and where bliss eternal reigns. 5. Soon after, a marvelous child was born in the land of Israel. God himself spoke, through the mouth of this child, of the miseries of the body and the grandeur of the soul. 6. The parents of the infant were poor people, who belonged to a family noted for great piety, who forgot the greatness of their ancestors in celebrating the name of the Creator and giving thanks to him for the trials which he had sent upon them. 7. To reward them for adhering to the path of truth, God blessed the firstborn of this family, chose him for his elect, and sent him to sustain the fallen and comfort the afflicted. 8. The divine child, to whom the name Isa was given, commenced in his tender years to talk of the only and indivisible God, exhorting the strayed souls to repent and purify themselves from the sins of which they had become guilty. 9. People came from all parts to hear him, and marveled at the discourses which came from his infantile mouth, and all Israel agreed that the Spirit of the Eternal dwelt in this child. 10. When Isa was 13 years old, the age at which an Israelite is expected to marry. 11. The modest house of his industrious parents became a meeting place of the rich and illustrious, who were anxious to have as a son-in-law the young Isa, who was already celebrated for the edifying discourses he made in the name of the All-Powerful. 12. Then Isa secretly absented himself from his father's house, left Jerusalem, and in a train of merchants journeyed toward the Sind. 13. With the object of perfecting himself in the knowledge of the word of God and the study of the laws of the great Buddhas. Subsection 5. 1. In his 14th year, young Issa, the Blessed One, came this side of the Sind and settled among the Aryas, in the country beloved by God. 2. Fame spread the name of the marvelous youth along the northern Sind, and when he came through the country of the 5 streams and Rajputan, the devotees of the god Jain asked him to stay among them. 3. But he left the deluded worshippers of Jain and went to Jagannath, in the country of Orsis, where repose the mortal remains of Vyasa Krishna, and where the white priests of Brahma welcomed him joyfully. 4. They taught him to read and to understand the Vedas, to cure physical ills by means of prayers, to teach and to expound the sacred scriptures, to drive out evil desires from man and make him again in the likeness of God. 5. He spent 6 years in Jagannath, in Rajagriha, in Banaras, and in other holy cities. The common people loved Issa, for he lived in peace with the Vaisyas and the Shudras, to whom he taught the holy scriptures. 6. But the Brahmins and the Kshatriyas told him that they were forbidden by the great Parabrahma to come near to those who were created from his belly and his feet. 7. That the Vaisyas might only hear the recital of the Vedas, and this only on the festal days, and 8. That the Shudras were not only forbidden to attend the reading of the Vedas, but even to look on them, for they were condemned to perpetual servitude, as slaves of the Brahmins, the Kshatriyas, and even the Vaisyas. 9. Death alone can enfranchise them from their servitude, has said Parabrahma. Leave them, therefore, and come to adore with us the gods whom you will make angry if you disobey them. 10. But Issa, disregarding their words, remained with the Sudras, preaching against the Brahmins and the Kshatriyas. 11. He declaimed strongly against man's arrogating to himself the authority to deprive his fellow beings of their human and spiritual rights. Verily, he said, God has made no difference between his children, who are all alike dear to him. 12. Issa denied the divine inspiration of the Vedas and the Purans, for, as he taught his followers, one law has been given to man to guide him in his actions. 13. Fear the Lord thy God, bend thy knees only before him, and bring to him only the offerings which come from thy earnings. 14. Issa denied the Trimurti and the incarnation of Parabrahma in Vishnu, Shiva, and other gods, for, said he, 15. The eternal Judge, the eternal Spirit, constitutes the only and indivisible soul of the universe, and it is this soul alone which creates, contains, and vivifies all. 16. He alone has willed and created, he alone has existed from eternity, and his existence will be without end. There is no one like unto him either in the heavens or on the earth. 17. The great Creator has divided his power with no other being, far less with inanimate objects, as you have been taught to believe, for he alone is omnipotent and all sufficient. 18. He willed, and the world was. By one divine thought, he reunited the waters and separated them from the dry land of the globe. He is the cause of the mysterious life of man, into whom he has breathed part of his divine being. 19. And he has put under subjection to man the lands, the waters, the beasts, and everything which he created, and which he himself preserves in immutable order, allotting to each its proper duration. 20. The anger of God will soon break forth upon man, for he has forgotten his Creator. He has filled his temples with abominations, and he adores a multitude of creatures which God has subordinated to him. 21. And to gain favor with images of stone and metal, he sacrifices human beings in whom dwells part of the Spirit of the Most High. 22. And he humiliates those who work in the sweat of their brows, to gain favor in the eyes of the idler who sitteth at a sumptuous table. 23. Those who deprive their brothers of divine happiness will themselves be deprived of it, And the Brahmins and the Kshatriyas shall become the Shudras of the Shudras, with whom the Eternal will stay forever. 24. In the day of judgment, the Shudras and the Vaisyas will be forgiven, for that they knew not the light, while God will let loose his wrath upon those who arrogated his authority. 25. The Vaisyas and the Shudras were filled with great admiration, and asked Issa how they should pray, in order not to lose their hold upon eternal life. 26. Pray not to idols, for they cannot hear you. Hearken not to the Veds, where the truth is altered. Be humble and humiliate not your fellow man. 27. Help the poor, support the weak, do evil to none, covet not that which ye have not, and which belongs to others. End of Part 1 of Chapter 5. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama. Section 6 of The Unknown Life of Jesus Christ. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. The Unknown Life of Jesus Christ by Nicolas Notovitch, translated by J. H. Connolly and L. Landsberg. The Life of Saint Issa, Part 2. Subsection 6. The white priests and the warriors, who had learned of Issa's discourse to the Shudras, resolved upon his death, and sent their servants to find the young teacher and slay him. But Issa, warned by the Shudras of his danger, left by night Jagannath, gained the mountain, and settled in the country of the Gautamides, where the great Buddha Shakyamuni came to the world, among a people who worshipped the only and sublime Brahma. 3. When the just Issa had acquired the Pali language, he applied himself to the study of the sacred scrolls of the Sutras. 4. After 6 years of study, Issa, whom the Buddha had elected to spread his holy word, could perfectly expound the sacred scrolls. 5. He then left Nepal and the Himalaya mountains, descended into the valley of Rajputan, and directed his steps towards the west, everywhere preaching to the people the supreme perfection attainable by man. 6. And the good he must do to his fellow men, which is the sure means of speedy union with the eternal spirit. He who has recovered his primitive purity, said Issa, shall die with his transgressions forgiven, and have the right to contemplate the majesty of God. 7. When the divine Issa traversed the territories of the pagans, he taught that the adoration of visible gods was contrary to natural law. 8. For to man, said he, it has not been given to see the image of God, and it behooves him not to make for himself a multitude of divinities in the imagined likeness of the Eternal. 9. Moreover, it is against human conscience to have less regard for the greatness of divine purity than for animals or works of stone or metal made by the hands of man. 10. The eternal lawgiver is one. There are no other gods than he. He has parted the world with none, nor had he any counselor. 11. Even as a father shows kindness toward his children, so will God judge men after death, in conformity with his merciful laws. He will never humiliate his child by casting his soul for chastisement into the body of a beast. 12. The heavenly laws, said the Creator through the mouth of Issa, are opposed to the immolation of human sacrifices to a statue or an animal. For I, the God, have sacrificed to man all the animals and all that the world contains. 13. Everything has been sacrificed to man who is directly and intimately united to me, his Father. Therefore shall the man be severely judged and punished by my law who causes the sacrifice of my children. 14. Man is not before the eternal Judge, as the animal is before man. 15. Therefore I say unto you, Leave your idols, and perform not ceremonies which separate you from your Father, and bind you to the priests, from whom heaven has turned away. 16. For it is they who have led you away from the true God, and by superstitions and cruelty perverted the Spirit, and made you blind to the knowledge of the truth. Subsection 7. 1. The words of Esau spread among the pagans, through whose country he passed, and the inhabitants abandoned their idols. 2. Seeing which, the priests demanded of him who thus glorified the name of the true God, that he should, in the presence of the people, prove the charges he made against them, and demonstrate the vanity of their idols. 3. And Esau answered them, If your idols, or the animals you worship, really possess the supernatural powers you claim, let them strike me with a thunderbolt before you. 4. Why dost thou not perform a miracle? Replied the priests, and let thy God confound ours, if he is greater than they. 5. But Esau said, The miracles of our God have been wrought from the first day when the universe was created, and are performed every day and every moment. Whoso sees them not is deprived of one of the most beautiful gifts of life. 6. And it is not on inanimate objects of stone, metal, or wood that he will let his anger fall, but on the men who worship them, and who, therefore, for their salvation, must destroy the idols they have made. 7. Even as a stone and a grain of sand, which are not before man, await patiently their use by him. 8. In like manner, man who is not before God must await in resignation his pleasure for a manifestation of his favor. 9. But woe to you, ye adversaries of men, if it is not the favor you await, but rather the wrath of the Most High. Woe to you, if you demand that he attest his power by a miracle. 10. For it is not the idols which he will destroy in his wrath, but those by whom they were created. Their hearts will be the prey of an eternal fire, and their flesh shall be given to the beasts of prey. 11. God will drive away the contaminated animals from his flocks, but will take to himself those who strayed, because they knew not the heavenly part within them. 12. When the pagans saw that the power of their priests was naught, they put faith in the words of Esau. Fearing the anger of the true God, they broke their idols to pieces, and caused their priests to flee from among them. 13. Esau furthermore taught the pagans that they should not endeavor to see the eternal Spirit with their eyes, but to perceive him with their hearts, and make themselves worthy of his favors by the purity of their souls. 14. Not only, he said to them, must ye refrain from offering human sacrifices, but ye may not lay on the altar any creature to which life has been given, for all things created are for man. 15. Withhold not from your neighbor his just due, for this would be like stealing from him what he had earned in the sweat of his brow. 16. Deceive none, that ye may not yourselves be deceived. Seek to justify yourselves before the last judgment, for then it will be too late. 17. Be not given to debauchery, for it is a violation of the law of God. 18. That you may attain to supreme bliss, ye may not only purify yourselves, but must also guide others into the path that will enable them to regain their primitive innocence. Subsection 8. The countries round about were filled with the renown of Esau's preachings, and when he came unto Persia, the priests grew afraid and forbade the people hearing him. 2. Nevertheless the villages received him with joy, and the people hearkened intently to his words, which, being seen by the priests, caused them to order that he should be arrested and brought before their high priest, who asked him, 3. Of what new God dost thou speak? Knowest thou not, unfortunate man that thou art, that Saint Zoroaster is the only just one to whom alone was vouchsafed the honor of receiving revelations from the Most High? 4. By whose command the angels compiled his word in laws for the governance of his people? which were given to Zoroaster in paradise. 5. Who then art thou, who darest to utter blasphemies against our God, and sow doubt in the hearts of believers? 6. And Esau said to them, I preach no new God, but our celestial Father, who has existed before the beginning, and will exist until after the end. 7. Of him I have spoken to the people, who, even as innocent children, are incapable of comprehending God by their own intelligence, or fathoming the sublimity of the divine Spirit. 8. But as the newborn child in the night recognizes the mother's breast, so your people, held in the darkness of error by your pernicious doctrines and religious ceremonies, have recognized instinctively their Father in the Father whose prophet I am. 9. The eternal Being says to your people, by my mouth ye shall not adore the sun, for it is but a part of the universe which I have created for man. 10. It rises to warm you during your work, it sets to accord to you the rest that I have ordained. 11. To me only ye owe all that ye possess, all that surrounds you, and that is above and below you. 12. But, said the priests, how could the people live according to your rules if they had no teachers? 13. Whereupon Esau answered, so long as they had no priests, they were governed by the natural law, and conserved the simplicity of their souls. 14. Their souls were in God, and to commune with the Father they had not to have recourse to the intermediation of idols or animals or fire, as taught by you. 15. Ye pretend that man must adore the sun, the genie of good and evil. But I say unto you that your doctrine is pernicious. The sun does not act spontaneously, but by the will of the invisible Creator, who has given to it being. 16. Who then caused that this star lights the day, warms man at his work, and vivifies the seeds sown in the ground? 17. The eternal Spirit is the soul of everything animate, and you commit a great sin in dividing him into the spirit of evil and the spirit of good, for there is no God other than the God of good. 18. And he, like to the father of a family, does only good to his children, to whom he forgives their transgressions if they repent of them. 19. And the spirit of evil dwells upon earth in the hearts of those who turn the children of God away from the right path. Therefore I say unto you, fear the day of judgment, for God will inflict a terrible chastisement upon all those who have led his children astray and beguile them with superstition and errors. 21. Upon those who have blinded them who saw, who have brought contagion to the well, who have taught the worship of those things which God made to be subject to man, or to aid him in his works. 22. Your doctrine is the fruit of your error, in seeking to bring near to you the God of truth, by creating for yourselves false gods. 23. When the Magi heard these words, they feared to themselves do him harm, but at night, when the whole city slept, they brought him outside the walls, and left him on the highway, in the hope that he would not fail to become the prey of wild beasts. 24. But protected by the Lord our God, Saint Esau continued on his way without accident. Subsection 9. 1. Esau, whom the Creator had selected to recall to the worship of the true God, men sunk in sin, was 29 years old when he arrived in the land of Israel. 2. Since the departure therefrom of Esau, the pagans had caused the Israelites to endure more atrocious sufferings than before, and they were filled with despair. 3. Many among them had begun to neglect the laws of their God and those of Mosa, in the hope of winning the favor of their brutal conquerors. 4. But Esau, notwithstanding their unhappy condition, exhorted his countrymen not to despair, because the day of their redemption from the yoke of sin was near, and he himself, by his example, confirmed their faith in the God of their fathers. 5. Children, yield not yourselves to despair, said the celestial Father to them through the mouth of Esau, for I have heard your lamentations, and your cries have reached my ears. 6. Weep not, O my beloved sons, for your griefs have touched the heart of your Father, and he has forgiven you, as he forgave your ancestors. 7. Forsake not your families to plunge into debauchery. Stain not the nobility of your souls. Adore not idols which cannot but remain deaf to your supplications. 8. Fill my temple with your hope and your patience, and do not adjure the religion of your forefathers, for I have guided them and bestowed upon them of my beneficence. 9. Lift up those who are fallen, feed the hungry, and help the sick, that ye may be altogether pure and just in the day of the last judgment which I prepare for you. 10. The Israelites came in multitudes to listen to Esau's words, and they asked him where they should thank their heavenly Father, since their enemies had demolished their temples and robbed them of their sacred vessels. 11. Esau told them that God cared not for temples erected by human hands, but that human hearts were the true temples of God. 12. Enter into your temple, into your heart, illuminate it with good thoughts, with patience, and the unshakable faith which you owe to your Father. 13. And your sacred vessels, they are your hands and your eyes. Look to do that which is agreeable to God, for in doing good to your fellow men, you perform a ceremony that embellishes the temple wherein abideth him who has created you. 14. For God has created you in his image, innocent, with pure souls, and hearts filled with kindness, and not made for the planning of evil, but to be the sanctuaries of love and justice. 15. Therefore I say unto you, soil not your hearts with evil, for in them the eternal being abides. 16. When ye do works of devotion and love, let them be with full hearts, and see that the motives of your actions be not hopes of gain or self-interest. 17. For actions so impelled will not bring you nearer to salvation, but lead to a state of moral degradation wherein theft, lying and murder pass for generous deeds. End of Part 2 of The Life of Saint Issa. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama. Section 7 of The Unknown Life of Jesus Christ. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. The Unknown Life of Jesus Christ by Nicolas Notovitch. Translated by J. H. Connolly and L. Landsberg. Chapter The Life of Saint Issa. Part 3. Subsection 10. 1. Issa went from one city to another, strengthening by the word of God the courage of the Israelites, who were near to succumbing under their weight of woe, and thousands of the people followed him to hear his teachings. 2. But the chiefs of the cities were afraid of him, and they informed the principal governor residing in Jerusalem that a man called Issa had arrived in the country, who by his sermons had arrayed the people against the authorities, and that multitudes listening assiduously to him neglected their labor, and, they added, he said that in a short time they would be free of their invader rulers. 3. Then Pilate, the governor of Jerusalem, gave orders that they should lay hold of the preacher Issa and bring him before the judges. In order, however, not to excite the anger of the populace, Pilate directed that he should be judged by the priests and scribes, the Hebrew elders, in their temple. Meanwhile Issa continued his preaching, arrived at Jerusalem, and the people, who already knew his fame, having learned of his coming, went out to meet him. They greeted him respectfully, and opened to him the doors of their temple to hear from his mouth what he had said in other cities of Israel. 6. And Issa said to them, the human race perishes because of the lack of faith, for the darkness and the tempest have caused the flock to go astray, and they have lost their shepherds. 7. But the tempests do not rage forever, and the darkness will not hide the light eternally. Soon the sky will become serene, the celestial light will again overspread the earth, and the strayed flock will reunite around their shepherd. 8. Wander not in the darkness, seeking the way, lest ye fall into the ditch, but gather together, sustain one another. Put your faith in your God, and wait for the first glimmer of light to reappear. 9. He who sustains his neighbor sustains himself, and he who protects his family protects all his people and his country. 10. For be assured that the day is near when you will be delivered from the darkness, you will be reunited into one family, and your enemy will tremble with fear, he who is ignorant of the favor of the great God. 11. The priests and the elders who heard him, filled with admiration for his language, asked him if it was true that he had sought to raise the people against the authorities of the country, as had been reported to the governor Pilate. 12. Can one raise against estrayed men, to whom darkness has hidden their road and their door? Answered Issa, I have but forewarned the unhappy, as I do here in this temple, that they should no longer advance on the dark road, for an abyss opens before their feet. 13. The power of this earth is not of long duration, and is subject to numberless changes. It would be of no avail for a man to rise in revolution against it, for one phase of it always succeeds another, and it is thus that it will go on until the extinction of human life. 14. But do you not see that the powerful and the rich sow among the children of Israel a spirit of rebellion against the eternal power of heaven? 15. Then the elders asked him, Who art thou, and from what country hast thou come to us? We have not formerly heard thee spoken of, and do not even know thy name. 16. I am an Israelite, answered Issa, and on the day of my birth have seen the walls of Jerusalem, and have heard the sobs of my brothers reduced to slavery, and the lamentations of my sisters carried away by the pagans. 17. And my soul was afflicted when I saw that my brethren had forgotten the true God. When a child I left my father's house to go and settle among other people. 18. But having heard it said that my brethren suffered even greater miseries now, I have come back to the land of my fathers, to recall my brethren to the faith of their ancestors, which teaches us patience upon earth, in order to attain the perfect and supreme bliss above. 19. Then the wise old men put to him again this question: We are told that thou disownest the laws of Mosa, and that thou teachest the people to forsake the temple of God. 20. Whereupon Issa: One does not demolish that which has been given by our heavenly Father, and which has been destroyed by sinners. I have but enjoined the people to purify the heart of all stains, for it is the veritable temple of God. 21. As regards the laws of Mosa, I have endeavored to re-establish them in the hearts of men, and I say unto you that ye ignore their true meaning, for it is not vengeance but pardon which they teach. Their sense has been perverted. Subsection 11. 1. When the priests and the elders heard Issa, they decided among themselves not to give judgment against him, for he had done no harm to any one, and presenting themselves before Pilate, who was made governor of Jerusalem by the pagan king of the country of Romulus, they spake to him thus: 2. We have seen the man whom thou chargest with inciting our people to revolt. We have heard his discourses, and know that he is our countryman. 3. But the chiefs of the cities have made to you false reports, for he is a just man who teaches the people the word of God. After interrogating him, we have allowed him to go in peace. 4. The governor thereupon became very angry, and sent his disguised spies to keep watch upon Issa and report to the authorities the least word he addressed to the people. 5. In the meantime the holy Issa continued to visit the neighboring cities and preached the true way of the Lord, enjoining the Hebrews patience and promising them speedy deliverance. 6. And all the time great numbers of the people followed him wherever he went, and many did not leave him at all, but attached themselves to him and served him. 7. And Issa said, Put not your faith in miracles performed by the hands of men, for he who rules nature is alone capable of doing supernatural things, while man is impotent to arrest the wrath of the winds or cause the rain to fall. 8. One miracle, however, is within the power of man to accomplish. It is, when his heart is filled with sincere faith, he resolves to root out from his mind all evil promptings and desires, and when, in order to attain this end, he ceases to walk the path of iniquity. 9. All the things done without God are only gross errors, illusions and seductions, serving but to show how much the heart of the doer is full of presumption, falsehood and impurity. 9. Put not your faith in oracles. God alone knows the future. He who has recourse to the diviners soils the temple of his heart and shows his lack of faith in his Creator. 11. Belief in the diviners and their miracles destroys the innate simplicity of man and his childlike purity. An infernal power takes hold of him who so errs, and forces him to commit various sins and give himself to the worship of idols. 12. But the Lord our God, to whom none can be equalled, is one omnipotent, omniscient and omnipresent. He alone possesses all wisdom and all light. 13. To him ye must address yourselves, to be comforted in your afflictions, aided in your works, healed in your sickness, and whoso asks of him shall not ask in vain. 14. The secrets of nature are in the hands of God, for the whole world, before it was made manifest, existed in the bosom of the divine thought, and has become material and visible by the will of the Most High. 15. When ye pray to him, become again like little children, for ye know neither the past nor the present nor the future, and God is the Lord of time. Subsection 12. 1. Just man said to him the disguised spies of the governor of Jerusalem, Tell us if we must continue to do the will of Caesar, or expect our near deliverance. 2. And Issa, who recognized the questioners as the apostate spies sent to follow him, replied to them, I have not told you that you would be delivered from Caesar. It is the soul sunk in error which will gain its deliverance. 3. There cannot be a family without a head, and there cannot be order in a people without a Caesar, whom ye should implicitly obey, as he will be held to answer for his acts before the supreme tribunal. 4. Does Caesar possess a divine right? The spies asked him again, and is he the best of mortals? 5. There is no one the best among human beings, but there are many bad, who, even as the sick need physicians, require the care of those chosen for that mission, in which must be used the means given by the sacred law of our heavenly Father. 6. Mercy and justice are the high prerogatives of Caesar, and his name will be illustrious if he exercises them. 7. But he who acts otherwise, who transcends the limits of power he has over those under his rule, and even goes so far as to put their lives in danger, offends the great judge, and derogates from him his own dignity in the eyes of men. 8. Upon this, an old woman who had approached the group to better hear Issa was pushed aside by one of the disguised men, who placed himself before her. 9. Then said Issa, It is not good for a son to push away his mother, that he may occupy the place which belongs to her. Whoso doth not respect his mother, the most sacred being after his God, is unworthy of the name of son. 10. Hearken to what I say to you. Respect woman, for in her we see the mother of the universe, and all the truth of divine creation is to come through her. 11. She is the fount of everything good and beautiful, as she is also the germ of life and death. Upon her man depends in all his existence, for she is the moral and natural support in his labors. 12. In pain and suffering she brings you forth. In the sweat of her brow she watches over your growth, and until her death you cause her greatest anxieties. Bless her and adore her, for she is your only friend and support on earth. 13. Respect her, defend her. In so doing you will gain for yourself her love, you will find favor before God, and for her sake many sins will be remitted to you. 14. Love your wives and respect them, for they will be the mothers of tomorrow, and later the grandmothers of a whole nation. 15. Be submissive to the wife. Her love ennobles man, softens his hardened heart, tames the wild beast in him, and changes it to a lamb. 16. Wife and mother are the priceless treasures which God has given to you. They are the most beautiful ornaments of the universe, and from them will be born all who will inhabit the world. 17. Even as the Lord of hosts separated the light from the darkness and the dry land from the waters, so does woman possess the divine gift of calling forth out of man's evil nature all the good that is in him. 18. Therefore I say unto you, after God, to woman must belong your best thoughts, for she is the divine temple where you will most easily obtain perfect happiness. 19. Draw from this temple your moral force. There you will forget your sorrows and your failures, and recover the love necessary to aid your fellow men. 20. Suffer her not to be humiliated, for by humiliating her you humiliate yourselves, and lose the sentiment of love, without which nothing can exist here on earth. 21. Protect your wife, that she may protect you, you and all your household. All that you do for mothers, your wives, for a widow, for any other woman in distress, you will do for your God. Subsection 13. 1. Thus Asa taught the people of Israel for 3 years, in every city and every village, on the highways and in the fields, and all he said came to pass. 2. All this time the disguised spies of the governor Pilate observed him closely, but heard nothing to sustain the accusations formerly made against Asa by the chiefs of the cities. 3. But Saint Asa's growing popularity did not allow Pilate to rest. He feared that Asa would be instrumental in bringing about a revolution culminating in his elevation to the sovereignty, and therefore ordered the spies to make charges against him. 4. Then soldiers were sent to arrest him, and they cast him into a subterranean dungeon, where he was subjected to all kinds of tortures, to compel him to accuse himself, so that he might be put to death. 5. The saint, thinking only of the perfect bliss of his brethren, endured all these torments with resignation to the will of the Creator. 6. The servants of Pilate continued to torture him, and he was reduced to a state of extreme weakness, but God was with him and did not permit him to die at their hands. 7. When the principal priests and wise elders learned of the sufferings which their saint endured, they went to Pilate begging him to liberate Asa, so that he might attend the great festival which was near at hand. 8. But this the governor refused. Then they asked him that Asa should be brought before the elders' council, so that he might be condemned or acquitted before the festival, and to this Pilate agreed. 9. On the following day the governor assembled the principal chiefs, priests, elders and judges for the purpose of judging Asa. 10. The saint was brought from his prison. They made him sit before the governor between 2 robbers, who were to be judged at the same time with Asa, so as to show the people he was not the only one to be condemned. 11. And Pilate, addressing himself to Asa, said, It is true, O man, that thou incitest the population against the authorities with the purpose of thyself becoming king of Israel. 12. Asa replied, One does not become king by one's own purpose thereto. They have told you an untruth when you were informed that I was inciting the people to revolution. I have only preached the King of heaven, and it was him whom I told the people to worship. 13. For the sons of Israel have lost their original innocence, and unless they return to worship the true God, they will be sacrificed, and their temple will fall in ruins. 14. The worldly power upholds order in the land. I told them not to forget this. I said to them, Live in conformity with your situation, and refrain from disturbing public order. And at the same time I exhorted them to remember that disorder reigned in their own hearts and spirits. 15. Therefore the King of heaven has punished them, and has destroyed their nationality, and taken from them their national kings. But, I added, if you will be resigned to your fate, as a reward the kingdom of heaven will be yours. 16. At this moment the witnesses were introduced, one of whom deposed thus: Thou hast said to the people that in comparison with the power of the king who would soon liberate the Israelites from the yoke of the heathen, the worldly authorities amounted to nothing. 17. Blessings upon thee, said Asa, for thou hast spoken the truth. The King of heaven is greater and more powerful than the laws of man, and his kingdom surpasses the kingdoms of this earth. 18. And the time is not far off when Israel, obedient to the will of God, will throw off its yoke of sin, for it has been written that a forerunner would appear to announce the deliverance of the people, and that he would reunite them in one family. 19. Thereupon the governor said to the judges, Have you heard this? The Israelite Asa acknowledges the crime of which he is accused. Judge him then according to your laws, and pass upon him condemnation to death. 20. We cannot condemn him, replied the priests and the ancients. As thou hast heard, he spoke of the King of heaven, and he has preached nothing which constitutes insubordination against the law. 21. Thereupon the governor called a witness who had been bribed by his master Pilate to betray Issa, and this man said to Issa, Is it not true that thou hast represented thyself as a king of Israel, when thou didst say that he who reigns in heaven sent thee to prepare his people? 22. But Issa blessed the man and answered, Thou wilt find mercy, for what thou hast said did not come out from thine own heart. Then turning to the governor, he said, Why dost thou lower thy dignity, and teach thy inferiors to tell falsehood, when without doing so it is in thy power to condemn an innocent man? 23. When Pilate heard his words, he became greatly enraged, and ordered that Issa be condemned to death, and that the two robbers should be declared guiltless. 24. The judges, after consulting among themselves, said to Pilate, We cannot consent to take this great sin upon us, to condemn an innocent man and liberate malefactors. It would be against our laws. 25. Act thyself then as thou seest fit. Thereupon the priests and elders walked out and washed their hands in a sacred vessel, and said, We are innocent of the blood of this righteous man. Subsection 14. 1. By order of the governor, the soldiers seized Issa and the two robbers, and led them to the place of execution, where they were nailed upon the crosses erected for them. 2. All day long the bodies of Issa and the two robbers hung upon the crosses, bleeding, guarded by the soldiers. The people stood all around, and the relatives of the executed prayed and wept. 3. When the sun went down, Issa's tortures ended. He lost consciousness, and his soul disengaged itself from the body to reunite with God. 4. Thus ended the terrestrial existence of the reflection of the eternal Spirit under the form of a man who had saved hardened sinners and comforted the afflicted. 5. Meanwhile Pilate was afraid for what he had done, and ordered the body of the saint to be given to his relatives, who put it in a tomb near to the place of execution. Great numbers of persons came to visit the tomb, and the air was filled with their wailings and lamentations. 6. 3 days later, the governor sent his soldiers to remove Issa's body and bury it in some other place, for he feared a rebellion among the people. 7. The next day, when the people came to the tomb, they found it open and empty, the body of Issa being gone. Thereupon the rumor spread that the supreme judge had sent his angels from heaven to remove the mortal remains of the saint in whom part of the divine spirit had lived on earth. 8. When Pilate learned of this rumor, he grew angry and prohibited, under penalty of death, the naming of Issa or praying for him to the Lord. 9. But the people nevertheless continued to weep over Issa's death and to glorify their master. Wherefore many were carried into captivity, subjected to torture, and put to death. 10. And the disciples of Saint Issa departed from the land of Israel and went in all directions, to the heathen, preaching that they should abandon their gross errors, think of the salvation of their souls, and earn the perfect bliss which awaits human beings in the immaterial world, full of glory, where the great Creator abides in all his immaculate and perfect majesty. 11. The heathen, their kings and their warriors, listened to the preachers, abandoned their erroneous beliefs, and forsook their priests and their idols to celebrate the praises of the most wise Creator of the universe, King of kings, whose heart is filled with infinite mercy. End of Part 3 of The Life of Saint Issa. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama. Section 8 of The Unknown Life of Jesus Christ. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. The Unknown Life of Jesus Christ by Nicolas Notovitch. Translated by J. H. Connolly and L. Landsberg. Resume. Part 1. In reading the account of the life of Issa, Jesus Christ, one is struck on the one hand by the resemblance of certain principal passages to accounts in the Old and New Testaments, and on the other by the not less remarkable contradictions which occasionally occur between the Buddhistic version, the Hebraic, and Christian records. To explain this, it is necessary to remember the epochs when the facts were consigned to writing. We have been taught from our childhood that the Pentateuch was written by Moses himself, but the careful researches of modern scholars have demonstrated conclusively that at the time of Moses, and even much later, there existed in the country bathed by the Mediterranean no other writing than the hieroglyphics in Egypt and the cuneiform inscriptions found nowadays in the excavations of Babylon. We know, however, that the alphabet and parchment were known in China and India long before Moses. Let me cite a few proofs of this statement. We learn from the sacred books of the religion of the wise that the alphabet was invented in China in 2800 by Foci, who was the first emperor of China to embrace this religion, the ritual and exterior forms of which he himself arranged. Yao, the fourth of the Chinese emperors, who is said to have belonged to this faith, published moral and civil laws, and in 2028 compiled a penal code. The fifth emperor, Song, proclaimed in the year of his accession to the throne that the religion of the wise should thenceforth be the recognized religion of the state, and in 2282 compiled new penal laws. His laws, modified by the Emperor Wuvang, founder of the dynasty of the Qiu, in 1122, are those in existence today and known under the name of changements. We also know that the doctrine of the Buddha, Fo, whose true name was Sakyamuni, was written upon parchment. Foism began to spread in China about 260 years before Jesus Christ. In 206, an emperor of the Qin dynasty, who was anxious to learn Buddhism, sent to India for a Buddhist by the name of Silifan, and the emperor Mingte of the Hagna dynasty sent a year before Christ's birth to India for the sacred books written by the Buddha Sakyamuni, the founder of the Buddhistic doctrine, who lived about 1200 before Christ. The doctrine of the Buddha Gautam or Gautama, who lived 600 years before Jesus Christ, was written in the Pali language upon parchment. At that epoch there existed already in India about 84,000 Buddhistic manuscripts, the compilation of which required a considerable number of years. At the time when the Chinese and the Hindus possessed already a very rich written literature, the less fortunate or more ignorant peoples, who had no alphabet, transmitted their histories from mouth to mouth and from generation to generation. Owing to the unreliability of human memory, historical facts, embellished by Oriental imagination, soon degenerated into fabulous legends, which in the course of time were collected and by the unknown compilers entitled the Five Books of Moses. As these legends ascribed to the Hebrew legislator extraordinary divine powers which enabled him to perform miracles in the presence of Pharaoh, the claim that he was an Israelite may as well have been legendary rather than historical. The Hindu chroniclers, on the contrary, owing to their knowledge of an alphabet, were enabled to commit carefully to writing not mere legends, but the recitals of recently occurred facts within their own knowledge, or the accounts brought to them by merchants who came from foreign countries. It must be remembered in this connection that, in antiquity as in our own days, the whole public life of the Orient was concentrated in the bazaars. There the news of foreign events was brought by the merchant caravans and sought by the dervishes, who found in their recitals in the temples and public places a means of subsistence. When the merchants returned home from a journey, they generally related fully during the first days after their arrival all they had seen or heard abroad. Such have been the customs of the Orient from time immemorial, and are today. The commerce of India with Egypt, and later with Europe, was carried away on by way of Jerusalem, where as far back as the time of King Solomon, the Hindu caravans brought precious metals and other materials for the construction of the temple. From Europe, merchandise was brought to Jerusalem by sea, and there unloaded in a port, which is now occupied by the city of Jaffa. The chronicles in question were compiled before, during, and after the time of Jesus Christ. During his sojourn in India, in the quality of a simple student come to learn Brahminical and Buddhistic laws, no special attention whatever was paid to his life. When, however, a little later, the first accounts of the events in Israel reached India, the chroniclers, after committing to writing that which they were told about the prophet Isa, that he had for his following a whole people, weary of the yoke of their masters, and that he was crucified by order of Pilate, remembered that this same Isa had only recently sojourned in their midst, and that, an Israelite by birth, he had come to study among them, after which he had returned to his country. They conceived a lively interest for the man who had grown so rapidly under their eyes, and began to investigate his birth, his past, and all the details concerning his existence. The two manuscripts from which the Lama of the convent Hemis read to me all that had a bearing upon Jesus are compilations from divers copies written in the Tibetan language, translations of scrolls belonging to the library of Lhasa, and brought about 200 years after Christ from India, Nepal, and Magad to a convent of Mount Marbar near the city of Lhasa, now the residence of the Dalai Lama. These scrolls were written in Pali, which certain Lamas study even now, so as to be able to translate it into the Tibetan. The chroniclers were Buddhists belonging to the sect of Buddha Gautama. The details concerning Jesus given in the chronicles are disconnected and mingled with accounts of other contemporaneous events to which they bear no relation. The manuscripts relate to us, first of all, according to the accounts given by merchants arriving from Judea in the same year when the death of Jesus occurred, that a just man by the name of Isa, an Israelite, in spite of his being acquitted twice by the judges as being a man of God, was nevertheless put to death by the order of the pagan governor Pilate, who feared that he might take advantage of his great popularity to re-establish the kingdom of Israel and expel from the country its conquerors. Then follow rather incoherent communications regarding the preachings of Jesus among the Guebers and other heathens. They seem to have been written during the first years following the death of Jesus, in whose career a lively and growing interest is shown. One of these accounts, communicated by a merchant, refers to the origin of Jesus and his family. Another tells of the expulsion of his partisans and the persecutions they had to suffer. Only at the end of the second volume is found the first categorical affirmation of the chronicler. He says there that Isa was a man blessed by God, and the best of all, that it was he in whom the great Brahma had elected to incarnate when, at a period fixed by destiny, his spirit was required to, for a time, separate from the Supreme Being. After telling that Isa descended from poor Israelite parents, the chronicler makes a little digression, for the purpose of explaining, according to ancient accounts, who were the sons of Israel. I have arranged all the fragments concerning the life of Isa in chronological order, and have taken pains to impress upon them the character of unity in which they were absolutely lacking. I leave it to the savants, the philosophers and the theologians, to search into the causes for the contradictions which may be found between the life of Isa, which I lay before the public, and the accounts of the Gospels. But I trust that everybody will agree with me in assuming that the version which I present to the public, one compiled 3 or 4 years after the death of Jesus, from the accounts of eyewitnesses and contemporaries, has much more probability of being in conformity with truth than the accounts of the Gospels, the composition of which was effected at different epochs and at periods much posterior to the occurrence of the events. Before speaking of the life of Jesus, I must say a few words on the history of Moses, who, according to the so far most accredited legend, was an Israelite. In this respect the legend is contradicted by the Buddhists. We learn from the outset that Moses was an Egyptian prince, the son of a pharaoh, and that he only was taught by learned Israelites. I believe that if this important point is carefully examined, it must be admitted that the Buddhist author may be right. It is not my intent to argue against the biblical legend concerning the origin of Moses, but I think every one reading it must share my conviction that Moses could not have been a simple Israelite. His education was rather that of a king's son, and it is difficult to believe that a child introduced by chance into the palace should have been made an equal with the son of the sovereign. The rigor with which the Egyptians treated their slaves by no means attests the mildness of their character. A foundling certainly would not have been made the companion of the sons of a pharaoh, but would be placed among his servants. Add to this the caste spirit so strictly observed in ancient Egypt, a most salient point, which is certainly calculated to raise doubts as to the truth of the scriptural story. And it is difficult to suppose that Moses had not received a complete education. How otherwise could his great legislative work, his broad views, his high administrative qualities be satisfactorily explained? And now comes another question. Why should he, a prince, have attached himself to the Israelites? The answer seems to me very simple. It is known that in ancient as well as in modern times, discussions were often raised as to which of the two brothers should succeed to the father's throne. Why not admit this hypothesis, viz., that Mossa, or Moses, having an elder brother whose existence forbade him to think of occupying the throne of Egypt, contemplated founding a distinct kingdom? It might very well be that, in the view of this end, he tried to attach himself to the Israelites, whose firmness of faith as well as physical strength he had occasion to admire. We know indeed that the Israelites of Egypt had no resemblance whatever to their descendants as regards physical constitution. The granite blocks which were handled by them in building the palaces and pyramids are still in place to testify to this fact. In the same way, I explain to myself the history of the miracles which he is said to have performed before Pharaoh. Although there are no definite arguments for denying the miracles which Moses might have performed in the name of God before Pharaoh, I think it is not difficult to realize that the Buddhistic statement sounds more probable than the scriptural gloss. The pestilence, the smallpox or the cholera must indeed have caused enormous ravages among the dense population of Egypt at an epoch when there existed yet but very rudimentary ideas about hygiene, and where, consequently, such diseases must have rapidly assumed frightful virulence. In view of Pharaoh's fright at the disasters which befell Egypt, Moses' keen wit might well have suggested to him to explain the strange and terrifying occurrences to his father by the intervention of the God of Israel in behalf of his chosen people. Moses was here afforded an excellent opportunity to deliver the Israelites from their slavery and have them pass under his own dominion. In obedience to Pharaoh's will, according to the Buddhistic version, Moses led the Israelites outside the walls of the city, but instead of building a new city within reach of the capital, as he was ordered, he left with them the Egyptian territory. Pharaoh's indignation on learning of this infringement of his commands by Moses can easily be imagined, and so he gave the order to his soldiers to pursue the fugitives. The geographical disposition of the region suggests at once that Moses during his flight must have moved by the side of the mountains and entered Arabia by the way over the isthmus which is now cut by the Suez Canal. Pharaoh, on the contrary, pursued with his troops a straight line to the Red Sea. Then, in order to overtake the Israelites, who had already gained the opposite shore, he sought to take advantage of the ebb of the sea in the gulf which is formed by the coast and the isthmus, caused by his soldiers to wade through the ford. But the length of the passageway proved much greater than he had expected, so that the flood tide set in when the Egyptian host was halfway across, and of the army thus overwhelmed by the returning waves, none escaped death. This fact is so simple in itself, has in the course of the centuries been transformed by the Israelites into a religious legend, they seeing it in a divine intervention in their behalf and a punishment which their God inflicted on their persecutors. There is, moreover, reason to believe that Moses himself saw the occurrence in this light. This, however, is a thesis which I shall try to develop in a forthcoming work. The Buddhistic chronicle then describes the grandeur and the downfall of the kingdom of Israel and its conquest by the foreign nations who reduced the inhabitants to slavery. The calamities which befell the Israelites and the afflictions that thenceforth embittered their days were, according to the chronicler, more than sufficient reasons that God, pitying his people and desirous of coming to their aid, should descend on earth in the person of a prophet in order to lead them back to the path of righteousness. Thus the state of things in that epoch justified the belief that the coming of Jesus was signalized, imminent, necessary. This explains why the Buddhistic traditions could maintain that the eternal spirit separated from the eternal being and incarnated in the child of a pious and once illustrious family. Doubtless, the Buddhists, in common with the Evangelists, meant to convey by this that the child belonged to the royal house of David. But the text in the Gospels, according to which the child was born from the Holy Spirit, admits of two interpretations, while, according to Buddha's doctrine, which is more in conformity with the laws of nature, the Spirit has but incarnated in a child already born, whom God blessed and chose for the accomplishment of his mission on earth. The birth of Jesus is followed by a long gap in the traditions of the Evangelists, who, either from ignorance or neglect, fail to tell us anything definite about his childhood, youth, or education. They commence the history of Jesus with his first sermon, that is, at the epoch when 30 years of age he returns to his country. All the Evangelists tell us concerning the infancy of Jesus is marked by the lack of precision. And the child grew and waxed strong in spirit, filled with wisdom, and the grace of God was upon him, says one of the sacred authors, Luke chapter 2, verse 40, and another, and the child grew and waxed strong in spirit, and was in the deserts till the day of his shewing into Israel, Luke chapter 1, verse 80. As the Evangelists compiled their writings a long time after the death of Jesus, it is presumable that they committed to writing only those accounts of the principal events in the life of Jesus which happened to come to their knowledge. The Buddhists, on the contrary, who compiled their chronicles soon after the Passion occurred, and were able to collect the surest information about everything that interested them, give us a complete and very detailed description of the life of Jesus. In those unhappy times, when the struggle for existence seems to have destroyed all thought of God, the people of Israel suffered the double oppression of the ambitious Herod and the despotic and avaricious Romans. Then, as now, the Hebrews put all their hopes in Providence, whom they expected would send them an inspired man who should deliver them from all their physical and moral afflictions. The time passed, however, and no one took the initiative in a revolt against the tyranny of the rulers. In that era of hope and despair, the people of Israel completely forgot that there lived among them a poor Israelite who was a direct descendant from their king David. This poor man married a young girl who gave birth to a miraculous child. The Hebrews, true to their traditions of devotion and respect for the race of their kings, upon learning of this event, went in great numbers to congratulate the happy father and see the child. It is evident that Herod was informed of this occurrence. He feared that this infant, once grown to manhood, might avail himself of his prospective popularity to reconquer the throne of his ancestors. He sent out his men to seize the child, which the Israelites endeavored to hide from the wrath of the king, who then ordered the abominable massacre of the children, hoping that Jesus would perish in this vast human hecatomb. But Joseph's family had warning of the impending danger, and took refuge in Egypt. A short time afterward they returned to their native country. The child had grown during those journeyings in which his life was more than once exposed to danger. Formerly, as now, the Oriental Israelites commenced the instruction of their children at the age of 5 or 6 years. Compelled to constantly hide him from the murderous King Herod, the parents of Jesus could not allow their son to go out, and he, no doubt, spent all his time in studying the sacred Scriptures, so that his knowledge was sufficiently beyond what would naturally have been expected of a boy of his age to greatly astonish the elders of Israel. He had in his 13th year attained an age when, according to Jewish law, the boy becomes an adult, has a right to marry, and incurs obligations for the discharge of the religious duties of a man. There exists still in our times among the Israelites an ancient religious custom that fixes the majority of a youth at the accomplished 13th year. From this epoch the youth becomes a member of the congregation and enjoys all the rights of an adult. Hence his marriage at this age is regarded as having legal force, and is even required in the tropical countries. In Europe, however, owing to the influence of local laws and to nature, which does not contribute here so powerfully as in warm climates to the physical development, this custom is no more in force and has lost all its former importance. The royal lineage of Jesus his rare intelligence and his learning caused him to be looked upon as an excellent match, and the wealthiest and most respected Hebrews would fain to have had him for a son-in-law, just as even nowadays the Israelites are very desirous of the honor of marrying their daughters to the sons of rabbis or scholars. But the meditative youth, whose mind was far above anything corporeal, and possessed by the thirst for knowledge, stealthily left his home and joined the caravans going to India. It stands to reason that Jesus Christ should have thought primarily of going to India, first, because at that epoch Egypt formed part of the Roman possessions; secondly, and principally, because a very active commercial exchange with India had made common report in Judea of the majestic character and unsurpassed richness of the arts and sciences in this marvelous country, to which even now the aspirations of all civilized peoples are directed. Here the evangelists once more lose the thread of the terrestrial life of Jesus. Luke says he was in the deserts till the day of his shewing unto Israel (Luke 1, verse 80), which clearly demonstrates that nobody knew where the holy youth was until his sudden reappearance 16 years later. Arrived in India, this land of marvels, Jesus began to frequent the temples of the Jainites. There exists until today on the peninsula of Hindustan a sectarian cult under the name of Jainism. It forms a kind of connecting link between Buddhism and Brahmanism, and preaches the destruction of all other beliefs which it declares are corroded by falsehood. It dates from the 7th century before Jesus Christ, and its name is derived from the word Jain, conqueror, which was assumed by its founders as expressive of its destined triumph over its rivals. In sympathetic admiration for the spirit of the young man, the Jainites asked him to stay with them, but Jesus left them to settle in Jaggarnath, where he devoted himself to the study of treatises on religion, philosophy, etc. Jaggarnath is one of the chief sacred sites of Brahmins, and at the time of Christ was of great religious importance. According to tradition, the ashes of the illustrious Brahmin Krishna, who lived in 1580 B.C., are preserved there, in the hollow of a tree, near a magnificent temple to which thousands make pilgrimage every year. Krishna collected and put in order the Vedas, which he divided into 4 books, Rikt, Yagur, Saman and Artafan, in commemoration of which great work he received the name of Vyasa, he who collected and divided the Vedas, and he also compiled the Vedanta and 18 Purans, which contain 400,000 stanzas. In Jaggarnath is also found a very precious library of Sanskrit books and religious manuscripts. Jesus spent there 6 years in studying the language of the country and the Sanskrit, which enabled him to absorb the religious doctrines, philosophy, medicine and mathematics. He found much to blame in Brahminical laws and usages, and publicly joined issue with the Brahmins, who in vain endeavored to convince him of the sacred character of their established customs. Jesus, among other things, deemed it extremely unjust that the laborer should be oppressed and despised, and that he should not only be robbed of hope of future happiness, but also be denied the right to hear the religious services. He, therefore, began preaching to the Shudras, the lowest caste of slaves, telling them that, according to their own laws, God is the father of all men, that all which exists only through him, that before him all men are equal, and that the Brahmins had obscured the great principle of monotheism by misinterpreting Brahma's own words, and lay excessive stress upon the observance of the exterior ceremonials of the cult. Here are the words in which, according to the doctrine of the Brahmins, God himself speaks to the angels: I have been from eternity, and shall continue to be eternally. I am the first cause of everything that exists in the east and in the west, in the north and in the south, above and below, in heaven and in hell. I am older than all things. I am the spirit and the creation of the universe, and also its creator. I am all powerful. I am the God of gods, the King of kings. I am Parabrahma, the great soul of the universe. After the world appeared by the will of Parabrahma, God created human beings, whom he divided into 4 classes, according to their colors: white, Brahmins; red, Kshatriyas; yellow, Vaisyas; and black, Shudras. Brahma drew the first from his own mouth, and gave them for their appanage the government of the world, the care of teaching men the laws, of curing and judging them. Therefore do the Brahmins occupy only the offices of priests and preachers, are expounders of the Veds, and must practice celibacy. The second caste of Kshatriyas issued from the hand of Brahma. He made of them warriors, entrusting them with the care of defending society. All the kings, princes, captains, governors, and military men belong to this caste, which lives on the best terms with the Brahmins, since they cannot subsist without each other, and the peace of the country depends on the alliance of the lights and the sword, of Brahma's temple and the royal throne. The Vaisyas, who constitute the third caste, issued from Brahma's belly. They are destined to cultivate the ground, raise cattle, carry on commerce, and practice all kinds of trades in order to feed the Brahmins and the Kshatriyas. Only on holidays are they authorized to enter the temple and listen to the recital of the Veds. At all other times they must attend to their business. The lowest caste, that of the black one, or Shudras, issued from the feet of Brahma to be the humble servants and slaves of the three preceding castes. They are interdicted from attending the reading of the Veds at any time. Their touch contaminates a Brahmin, Kshatriya, or even a Vaisya who comes in contact with them. They are wretched creatures, deprived of all human rights. They cannot even look at the members of the other castes, nor defend themselves, nor when sick receive the attendance of a physician. Death alone can deliver the Shudra from a life of servitude, and even then, freedom can only be attained under the condition that, during his whole life, he shall have served diligently and without complaint some member of the privileged classes. Then only it is promised that the soul of the Shudra shall, after death, be raised to a superior caste. If a Shudra has been lacking in obedience to a member of the privileged classes, or has in any way brought their disfavor upon himself, he sinks to the rank of a pariah, who is banished from all cities and villages, and is the object of general contempt, as an abject being who can only perform the lowest kind of work. The same punishment may also fall upon members of another caste. These, however, may, through repentance, fasting, and other trials, rehabilitate themselves in their former caste, while the unfortunate Shudra, once expelled from his, has lost it forever. From what has been said above, it is easy to explain why the Vaisyas and Shudras were animated with adoration for Jesus, who, in spite of the threats of the Brahmins and the Kshatriyas, never forsook those poor people. End of section 8. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama. Section 9 of The Unknown Life of Jesus Christ. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. The Unknown Life of Jesus Christ by Nicolas Notovitch. Translated by J. H. Connolly and L. Landsberg. Resume. Part 2. In his sermons, Jesus not only censured the system by which man was robbed of his right to be considered as a human being, while an ape or a piece of marble or metal was paid divine worship, but he attacked the very life of Brahmanism, its system of gods, its doctrine, and its Trimurti, Trinity, the angular stone of this religion. Parabrahma is represented with three faces on a single head. This is the Trimurti, Trinity, composed of Brahma, creator, Vishnu, conservator, and Shiva, destroyer. Here is the origin of the Trimurti. In the beginning, Parabrahma created the waters and threw into them the seed of procreation, which transformed itself into a brilliant egg, wherein Brahma's image was reflected. Millions of years had passed when Brahma split the egg in two halves, of which the upper one became the heaven, the lower one the earth. Then Brahma descended to the earth under the shape of a child, established himself upon a lotus flower, absorbed himself in his own contemplation, and put to himself the question, Who will attend to the conservation of what I have created?" "I," came the answer from his mouth under the appearance of a flame. And Brahma gave to this word the name Vishnu, that is to say, he who preserves. Then Brahma divided his being into two halves, the one male, the other female, the active and the passive principles, the union of which produced Shiva, the destroyer. These are the attributes of the Trimurti: Brahma, creative principle; Vishnu, preservative wisdom; Shiva, destructive wrath of justice. Brahma is the substance from which everything was made; Vishnu, space wherein everything lives; and Shiva, time that annihilates all things. Brahma is the face which vivifies all; Vishnu, the water which sustains the forces of the creatures; Shiva, the fire which breaks the bond that unites all objects. Brahma is the past, Vishnu the present, Shiva the future. Each part of the Trimurti possesses moreover a wife. The wife of Brahma is Saraswati, goddess of wisdom; that of Vishnu, Lakshmi, goddess of virtue; and Shiva's spouse is Kali, goddess of death, the universal destroyer. Of this last union were born Ganesha, the elephant-headed god of wisdom, and Indra, the god of the firmament, both chiefs of inferior divinities, the number of which, if all the objects of adoration of the Hindus be included, amounts to 300 millions. Vishnu has descended 8 times upon the earth, incarnating in a fish in order to save the Vedas from the deluge, in a tortoise, a dwarf, a wild boar, a lion, in Ram, a king's son, in Krishna, and in Buddha. He will come a 9th time under the form of a rider mounted on a white horse, in order to destroy death and sin. Jesus denied the existence of all these hierarchic absurdities of gods which darken the great principle of monotheism. When the Brahmins saw that Jesus, who, instead of becoming one of their party as they had hoped, turned out to be their adversary, and that the people began to embrace his doctrine, they resolved to kill him. But his servants, who were greatly attached to him, forewarned him of the threatening danger, and he took refuge in the mountains of Nepal. At this epoch Buddhism had taken deep root in this country. It was a kind of schism, remarkable by its moral principles and ideas on the nature of the divinity, ideas which brought men closer to nature and to one another. Sakya Muni, the founder of this sect, was born 1500 years before Jesus Christ at Kapila, the capital of his father's kingdom near Nepal in the Himalaya. He belonged to the race of the Gautamides, and to the ancient family of the Sakyas. From his infancy he evinced a lively interest in religion, and, contrary to his father's wishes, leaving his palace with all its luxury, began at once to preach against the Brahmins for the purification of their doctrines. He died at Kauchinagara, surrounded by many faithful disciples. His body was burned, and his ashes, divided into several parts, were distributed between the cities which, on account of his new doctrine, had renounced Brahmanism. According to the Buddhistic doctrine, the Creator reposes normally in a state of perfect inaction, which is disturbed by nothing, and which he only leaves at certain destiny-determined epochs in order to create terrestrial Buddhas. To this end the spirit disengages itself from the sovereign Creator, incarnates in a Buddha, and stays for some time on the earth, and he creates Bodhisattvas, masters, whose mission it is to preach the divine word, and to found new churches of believers to whom they will give laws, and for whom they will institute a new religious order according to the traditions of Buddhism. A terrestrial Buddha is, in a certain way, a reflection of the sovereign creative Buddha, with whom he unites after the termination of his terrestrial existence. In like manner do the Bodhisattvas, as a reward for their labors and the privations they undergo, receive eternal bliss and enjoy a rest which nothing can disturb. Jesus adjourned 6 years among the Buddhists, where he found the principle of monotheism still pure. Arrived at the age of 26 years, he remembered his fatherland, which was then oppressed by a foreign yoke. On his way homeward, he preached against idol worship, human sacrifice, and other errors of faith, admonishing the people to recognize and adore God, the Father of all beings, to whom all are alike dear, the master as well as the slave, for they are all his children, to whom he has given this beautiful universe for a common heritage. The sermons of Jesus often made a profound impression upon the peoples among whom he came, and he was exposed to all sorts of dangers provoked by the clergy, but was saved by the very idolaters who, only the preceding day, had offered their children as sacrifices to their idols. While passing through Persia, Jesus almost caused a revolution among the adorers of Zoroaster's doctrine. Nevertheless, the priests refrained from killing him out of fear of the people's vengeance. They resorted to artifice and led him out of town at night, with the hope that he might be devoured by wild beasts. Jesus escaped this peril and arrived safe and sound in the country of Israel. It must be remarked here that the Orientals, amidst their sometimes so picturesque misery, and in the ocean of depravation in which they slumber, always have, under the influence of their priests and teachers, a pronounced inclination for learning, and understand easily good common-sense explications. It happened to me more than once that, by using simple words of truth, I appealed to the conscience of a thief or some otherwise intractable person. These people, moved by a sentiment of innate honesty, which the clergy for personal reasons of their own tried by all means to stifle, soon became again very honest, and had only contempt for those who had abused their confidence. By the virtue of a mere word of truth, the whole of India, with its 300,000,000 of idols, could be made a vast Christian country. But this beautiful project would, no doubt, be antagonized by certain Christians who, similar to those priests of whom I have spoken before, speculate upon the ignorance of the people who make themselves rich. According to St. Luke, Jesus was about 30 years of age when he began preaching to the Israelites. According to the Buddhistic chroniclers, Jesus' teachings in Judea began in his 29th year. All his sermons, which are not mentioned by the evangelists, but have been preserved by the Buddhists, are remarkable for their character of divine grandeur. The fame of the new prophet spread rapidly in the country, and Jerusalem awaited with impatience his arrival. When he came near the holy city, its inhabitants went out to meet him, and led him in triumph to the temple, all of which is in agreement with Christian tradition. The chiefs and elders who heard him were filled with admiration for his sermons, and were happy to see the beneficent impression which his words exercised among the populace. All these remarkable sermons of Jesus are full of sublime sentiments. Pilate, the governor of the country, however, did not look upon the matter in the same light. Eager agents notified him that Jesus announced the near coming of a new kingdom, the re-establishment of the throne of Israel, and that he suffered himself to be called the Son of God, sent to bring back courage in Israel, for he, the King of Judea, would soon ascend the throne of his ancestors. I do not propose attributing to Jesus the rôle of a revolutionary, but it seems to me very probable that Jesus wrought up the people with a view to re-establish the throne to which he had a just claim. Divinely inspired, and at the same time convinced of the legitimacy of his pretensions, Jesus preached the spiritual union of the people in order that a political union might result. Pilate, who felt alarmed over these rumors, called together the priests and the elders of the people and ordered them to interdict Jesus from preaching in public, and even to condemn him in the temple under the charge of apostasy. This was the best means for Pilate to rid himself of a dangerous man, whose royal origins he knew and whose popularity was constantly increasing. It must be said in this connection that the Israelites, far from persecuting Jesus, recognized in him the descendant of the illustrious dynasty of David, and made him the object of their secret hopes, a fact which is evident from the very Gospels, which tell that Jesus preached freely in the temple in the presence of the elders, who could have interdicted him not only the entrance to the temple, but also his preachings. Upon the order of Pilate, the Sanhedrin met and cited Jesus to appear before its tribunal. As a result of the inquiry, the members of the Sanhedrim informed Pilate that his suspicions were without any foundation whatever, that Jesus preached a religious and not a political propaganda, that he was expounding the divine word, and that he claimed to have come not to overthrow but to re-establish the laws of Moses. The Buddhistic record does but confirm the sympathy which unquestionably existed between the young preacher, Jesus, and the elders of the people of Israel. Hence their answer, "We do not judge a just one." Pilate felt not at all assured, and continued seeking an occasion to hale Jesus before a new tribunal as regular as the former. To this end he caused him to be followed by spies, and finally ordered his arrest. If we may believe the evangelists, it was the Pharisees who sought the life of Jesus, while the Buddhistic record most positively declares that Pilate alone can be held responsible for his execution. This version is evidently much more probable than the account of the evangelists. The conquerors of Judea could not tolerate the presence of a man who announced to the people a speedy deliverance from their yoke. The popularity of Jesus having commenced to disturb Pilate's mind, it is to be supposed that he sent after the young preacher spies with the order to take note of all his words and acts. Moreover, the servants of the Roman governor, as true agents provocateurs, endeavored by means of artful questions put to Jesus to draw from him some imprudent words under color of which Pilate might proceed against him. If the preachings of Jesus had been offensive to the Hebrew priests and scribes, all they needed to do was simply to command the people not to hear and follow him, and to forbid him entrance into the temple. But the evangelists tell us that Jesus enjoyed great popularity among the Israelites and full liberty in the temples where Pharisees and scribes discussed with him. In order to find a valid excuse for condemning him, Pilate had him tortured, so as to extort from him a confession of high treason. But contrary to the rule that the innocent, overcome by their pain, will confess anything to escape the unendurable agonies inflicted upon them, Jesus made no admission of guilt. Pilate, seeing that the usual tortures were powerless to accomplish the desired result, commanded the executioners to proceed to the last extreme of their diabolic cruelties, meaning to compass the death of Jesus by the complete exhaustion of his forces. Jesus, however, fortifying his endurance by the power of his will and zeal for his righteous cause, which was also that of his people and of God, was unconquerable by all the refinements of cruelty inflicted upon him by his executioners. The infliction of the question upon Jesus evoked much feeling among the elders, and they resolved to interfere in his behalf, formally demanding of Pilate that he should be liberated before the Passover. When their request was denied by Pilate, they resolved to petition that Jesus should be brought to trial before the Sanhedrim, by whom they did not doubt his acquittal, which was ardently desired by the people, would be ordained. In the eyes of the priests, Jesus was a saint, belonging to the family of David, and his unjust detention, or what was still more to be dreaded, his condemnation, would have saddened the celebration of the great national festival of the Israelites. They therefore prayed Pilate that the trial of Jesus should take place before the Passover, and to this he acceded. But he ordered that 2 thieves should be tried at the same time with Jesus, thinking to in this way minimize in the eyes of the people the importance of the fact that the life of an innocent man was being put in jeopardy before the tribunal, and, by not allowing Jesus to be condemned alone, blind the populace to the unjust prearrangement of his condemnation. The accusation against Jesus was founded upon the depositions of the bribed witnesses. During the trial, Pilate availed himself of perversions of Jesus' words concerning the heavenly kingdom, to sustain the charges made against him. He counted, it seems, upon the effect produced by the answers of Jesus, as well as upon his own authority, to influence the members of the tribunal against examining too minutely the details of the case, and to procure from them the sentence of death for which he intimated his desire. Upon hearing the perfectly natural answer of the judges, that the meaning of the words of Jesus was diametrically opposed to the accusation, and that there was nothing in them to warrant his condemnation, Pilate employed his final resource for prejudicing the trial, viz., the deposition of a purchased traitorous informer.
this miserable wretch, who was no doubt Judas, accused Jesus formally of having incited the people to rebellion. Then followed a scene of unsurpassed sublimity. When Judas gave his testimony, Jesus, turning toward him and giving him his blessing, says, "Thou wilt find mercy, for what thou hast said did not come out from thine own heart." Then addressing himself to the governor, "Why dost thou lower thy dignity, and teach thy inferiors to tell falsehood, when without doing so it is in thy power to condemn an innocent man?" Words touching as sublime, Jesus Christ here manifests all the grandeur of his soul by pardoning his betrayer, and he reproaches Pilate with having resorted to such means unworthy of his dignity to attain his end. This keen reproach enraged the governor, and caused him to completely forget his position and the prudent policy with which he had meant to evade personal responsibility for the crime he contemplated. He now imperiously demanded the conviction of Jesus, and as though he intended to make a display of his power to overawe the judges, ordered the acquittal of the two thieves. The judges, seeing the injustice of Pilate's demand that they should acquit the malefactors and condemn the innocent Jesus, refused to commit this double crime against their consciences and their laws. But as they could not cope with one who possessed the authority of final judgment, and saw that he was firmly decided to rid himself by whatever means of a man who had fallen under the suspicions of the Roman authorities, they left him to himself pronounce the verdict for which he was so anxious. In order, however, that the people might not suspect them of sharing the responsibility for such unjust judgment, which would not readily have been forgiven, they, in leaving the court, performed the ceremony of washing their hands, symbolizing the affirmation that they were clean of the blood of the innocent Jesus, the beloved of the people. About 10 years ago, I read in a German journal, the Fremdenblatt, an article on Judas, wherein the author endeavored to demonstrate that the informer had been the best friend of Jesus. According to him, it was out of love for his master that Judas betrayed him, for he put blind faith in the words of the Saviour, who said that his kingdom would arrive after his execution. But after seeing him on the cross, and having waited in vain for the resurrection of Jesus, which he expected to immediately take place, Judas, not able to bear the pain by which his heart was torn, committed suicide by hanging himself. It would be profitless to dwell upon this ingenious product of a fertile imagination. To take up again the accounts of the Gospel and the Buddhistic chronicle, it is very possible that the bribed informer was really Judas, although the Buddhistic version is silent on this point. As to the pangs of conscience, which are said to have impelled the informer to suicide, I must say I give no credence to them. A man capable of committing so vile and cowardly an action as that of making an infamously false accusation against his friend, and this not out of a spirit of jealousy or for revenge, but to gain a handful of shekels, such a man is, from the psychic point of view, of very little worth. He ignores honesty and conscience, and pangs of remorse are unknown to him. It is presumable that the governor treated him as is sometimes done in our days, when it is deemed desirable to effectually conceal state secrets known to men of his kind and presumably unsafe in their keeping. Judas probably was simply hanged, by Pilate's order, to prevent the possibility of his some day revealing that the plot of which Jesus was a victim had been inspired by the authorities. On the day of the execution, a numerous detachment of Roman soldiers was placed around the cross to guard against any attempt by the populace for the delivery of him who was the object of their veneration. In this occurrence, Pilate gave proof of his extraordinary firmness and resolution. But though, owing to the precautions taken by the governor, the anticipated revolt did not occur, he could not prevent the people after the execution mourning the ruin of their hopes which were destroyed, together with the last scion of the race of David. All the people went to worship at Jesus' grave. Although we have no precise information concerning the occurrences of the first few days following the Passion, we could, by some probable conjectures, reconstruct the scenes which must have taken place. It stands to reason that the Roman Caesar's clever lieutenant, when he saw that Christ's grave became the center of universal lamentations and the subject of national grief, and feared that the memory of the righteous victim might excite the discontent of the people and raised the whole country against the foreigner's rule, should have employed any effective means for the removal of this rallying point, the mortal remains of Jesus. Pilate began by having the body buried. For 3 days the soldiers who were stationed on guard at the grave were exposed to all kinds of insults and injuries on the part of the people, who, defying the danger, came in multitudes to mourn the great martyr. Then Pilate ordered his soldiers to remove the body at night and to bury it clandestinely in some other place, leaving the first grave open and the guard withdrawn from it, so that the people could see that Jesus had disappeared. But Pilate missed his end, for when on the following morning the Hebrews did not find the corpse of their master in the sepulchre, the superstitious and miracle accepting among them thought that he had been resurrected. How did this legend take root? We cannot say. Possibly it existed for a long time in a latent state, and at the beginning spread only among the common people. Perhaps the ecclesiastic authorities of the Hebrews looked with indulgence upon this innocent belief, which gave to the oppressed a shadow of revenge on their oppressors. However it be, the day when the legend of the resurrection finally became known to all, there was no one to be found strong enough to demonstrate the impossibility of such an occurrence. Concerning this resurrection, it must be remarked that, according to the Buddhists, the soul of the just Issa was united with the eternal being, while the evangelists insist upon the ascension of the body. It seems to me, however, that the evangelists and the apostles have done very well to give the description of the resurrection which they have agreed upon. For if they had not done so, that is, if the miracle had been given a less material character, their preaching would not have had, in the eyes of the nations to whom it was presented, that divine authority, that avowedly supernatural character which has clothed Christianity, until our time, as the only religion capable of elevating the human race to a state of sublime enthusiasm, suppressing its savage instincts and bringing it nearer to the grand and simple nature which God has bestowed, they say, upon that feeble dwarf called man. End of Resume Part 2. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama. End of The Unknown Life of Jesus Christ by Nicolas Notovitch, translated by J. H. Connolly and L. Landsberg.